we have this new angle that might just be enough to help unseat Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House and replace it with Democrats.
I want to ask you about Mike Johnson. You cover Congress for a living, and he's been, well, living on the road. In fact, I just learned he's going to be on stage at Madison Square Garden with Donald Trump in a few. But he's been raising an enormous amount of money, and more than I think a lot of people expected, having questioned his fundraising prowess in the wake of Kevin McCarthy, who was a fundraising machine. The role that he's playing in this campaign is important. Zach, how would you describe it?
Certainly any congressional leader, an important part of that is as a political chieftain more than anything else. Mitch McConnell, one of the most prodigious fundraisers in the Senate, and certainly part of the reason why he's remained a Republican leader for as long as he has. There's this old adage that, money follows the leader in a certain respects. I think we're seeing that with Johnson really ramping up his fundraising, both for sort of official channels for things like the National Republican Congressional Committee for his campaign, which then he can dole out to other campaigns directly, or sort of through the wink, wink, nod, nod blessing of a super PAC that has been spending prodigious sums of money, including in Wisconsin's 3rd District we were talking about earlier. All the congressional leaders are on the road trying to help their candidates because they want to be majority leader or speaker, depending on which chamber we're talking about. And members certainly remember that when they come back to Washington in November, where they're sworn in January, on how those leaders were by their side.
Well, you wonder if he's doing well enough that he could actually stand a chance as minority leader if Republicans lose the House. Zach, you know well, it's only going to be a couple of seats that make the difference between Democratic and Republican leadership. Is Mike Johnson here to stay as the leader of the Republican conference?
I mean, that's the hundreds of billions of dollar question, right? You've got some people standing in the wings, people like Steve Scalise, the majority leader, or Tom Emmer, the majority whip, who have run for speaker before, might be interested in doing so again, and if it appears that Johnson has some weakness. And remember, Johnson or whoever ends up remaining speaker only needs a majority of the House, but if he doesn't have the support of the vast majority of Republicans, that makes it much more difficult to win a floor vote. That's why we saw ballot after ballot for not just Johnson, but for McCarthy to try to get them across the finish line. But Johnson has at this point been serving as speaker longer than McCarthy ever did. And so he's got some goodwill built up that should play well. I think it's going to be hard, however, to argue that he can stay in that job if they lose the majority. And, I'm sure he will make that case. But if they manage to hold on to it in what could potentially be a difficult cycle, Democrats, I believe, are now favored to actually flip the majority, then that's a different conversation altogether.
Kayleigh Lyons asked Mick Mulvaney the other day, would you rather be Mike Johnson or Hakeem Jeffries in these closing stages of the cycle? How would you answer it?
Well, I would certainly rather be Democrats at this juncture. If you just look at the map, there's 3 times as many districts that Biden carried that Republicans are seeking re-election in swing districts in places like the Hudson Valley or Long Island or out in California. And so certainly those members are in the real battleground states. In comparison, there's only 5 that Democrats in districts that Trump carried. And so if you assume that there's less and less ticket splitting, that Harris and Trump probably carry those districts again for their party, and then voters go down the ticket, that immediately puts Democrats on the front foot. And there's a whole host of there's something like 4 dozen different House races that are certainly competitive, but a lot of those races are in the margin for error. So I think on election night, we'll be looking to see just how many of those races go one way, or if the election is narrow enough that even just the smallest difference in some of these House races end up making the difference. I think the era of large majorities is over to a certain extent. The Republicans only have a 4-seat majority now. It seems unlikely Democrats would have more than a 4 or 5-seat majority if they managed to make Jeffries speaker.
I'd love for you to come in, if you can do this, Zach, before election night and really isolate some of the races that you're watching, because you're going to have a unique view from your perch at Bloomberg Government as a congressional reporter covering the actual election of House members. Just back from Wisconsin, as I mentioned, where, by the way, gas prices are below $3 a gallon. Did you get the Spotted Cow beer while you're out there this time, Zach?
I managed to have both Spotted Cow and Leinenkugel over the course of the last couple of months. I was also in Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention, so I've had plenty of good beer over the last couple of months. It's been quite a treat.
We were taken to school on Milwaukee local breweries. My God, I do. God, maybe can you sneak some back for me? I know you're probably going back again here, but it really just underscores the importance of Wisconsin, right? We're talking about local brews and foods and districts in the House that we wouldn't be talking about if this state weren't playing such a prominent role in this campaign.
Right. No, and certainly the other thing you hear about besides beer is cheese, and dairy being a major industry in Wisconsin is actually playing a really pivotal role in this election as well. I also spent some time with Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's running for re-election against Eric Hovde, who's chairman and CEO of SunWest Bank based in Utah, formerly of California. The candidates' records on agriculture are certainly playing into this. Baldwin, who is one of the major appropriators and serves on the spending panel for the Department of Agriculture, has been talking about her record on this as a farm bill that Congress has to come back and do at some point since it's expired.
That's right.
And Baldwin certainly has been pushing for that. And so it remains to be seen, farmers that tend to support Republicans, maybe they turn to Eric Hovde, but for the first time in a long time, the Wisconsin Farm Bureau is actually backing Baldwin in that really critical race that could decide the Senate majority.
I can still taste the cheese curds from you singers, Zach Cohen. Let me know when you're going back. I've got a shopping list. And great to see you with us once again on the fastest show in politics. We'll assemble our panel next. This is Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading very close to session lows. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. 50-point drop right now at 5,800 even on the S&P, a decline of 0.9%. The Dow right now down 396. That is a drop of 0.9%, while NASDAQ is down 263, a decline of 1.4%. Right now, the 10-year is yielding 4.22% with a 2-year that's at 4.06%. Gold is down 1%, 27.22 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 70.59 a barrel, lower now by 1.6%. Existing home sales are down, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
We're looking at a 14-year low. September's data suggests potential home buyers are holding out for lower mortgage rates. Their current perch, a loan rate in the mid-6% range. Federal Reserve officials cut the benchmark U.S. interest rate in September, and they say further easing is on the way. The Fed next meets on rates in early November. Home prices are also an issue, with the median price topping $400,000 in September. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
ARM Holdings is canceling Qualcomm's license to use ARM's intellectual property to design chips, escalating a legal dispute over smartphone technology. ARM Holdings shares down 6%, Qualcomm shares down 2.9%. After earnings, Texas Instrument shares are up 3.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, and thank you for being with us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Not too late for you to jump in. We always save a seat for you here in our live stream on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, because we're going to have our panel together here in just a moment, which is so many people's favorite part of the day. A lot to talk about as we follow the candidates on the trail. And interesting strategies in these closing hours as they both try to use celebrity and the power of media to get voters' attention, with no more debates, no more big stops on the road outside of a rally at Madison Square Garden for Donald Trump. Maybe something that we're hearing is being put together for Kamala Harris that could draw some bold faces. But in the meantime, it's Barack Obama and Bruce Springsteen in Atlanta this week. Donald Trump with Tucker Carlson. Pick your poison. Last evening in Wisconsin, where early voting was starting, I should say in Michigan, rather, it was, of course, all about Detroit. And the voice of Detroit in the eyes of the Harris campaign was Eminem, who said some kind words about the candidate but did not perform. We left that, apparently, for the former president who followed him, Barack Obama. Let's listen.
My palms are sweating, knees weak, arms are heavy, vomit on my sweater already, mom's spaghetti. I'm nervous, but on the surface I look calm and ready to drop bombs, but I keep on forgetting.
Somebody had to. We will get, apparently, a performance from Bruce Springsteen later on in the week. Let's assemble our panel. Rick Davis is here, Republican strategist, of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor, partner at Stone Court Capital, joined today by Kristen Hahn, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions. Great to see you both here. Rick, you know a lot about the use of celebrity, and it was a lot different in 2008 when you made that ad called Celebrity, poking at that same man, Barack Obama. You even put Paris Hilton in the ad. But just a lot of questions about the impact, if any, that this has. I guess it generates some free media for both of them, but how do you see it now in 2024?
Yeah, well, certainly our ad was a negative cast of celebrity. In other words, he's not, a leader. He's a celebrity, and maybe he's becoming a celebrity now that he's no longer a leader. And certainly, he's off to a great start as a rapper. But the reality is there is a relatively little data that indicates that the use of celebrities has any really major impact. Maybe, it can get the eyes of youth, people under the age of 30 who tend to follow celebrity more, to take a look at your campaign. But they're such a small voter group to begin with. Do you really wonder if it's worth it? The thing that amazed me is how it becomes very polarizing. When Bruce Springsteen attends a Democratic event, his numbers with Republicans go down, and vice versa. The reality is that it cuts both ways. We're such a hyper-partisan community now. I don't see it really creating any uplift.
How about you, Kristen? Because these campaigns are sure spending a lot of time and money at this.
I mean, I think you can do a lot of things at once. So, getting eyeballs on things. I mean, I think I tend to agree with Rick, but when you have somebody, like Taylor Swift with an endorsement and a link where you can go and register to vote, I think that could have some impact with the younger voters who are going and registering. And she gives her endorsement. So I think that, now and again they can be helpful. It can be detrimental to the artists themselves sometimes, like Rick mentioned. But we're also doing, the campaign, the Harris campaign, Harris Walz campaign is doing everything at once. This doesn't mean that they're not focused on boots on the ground in these battleground states. So I don't think it necessarily hurts to get more eyeballs on what she's doing and the message she's trying to get out.
Rick, we already talked about Elon Musk and the $1 million a day, the impact that he's having financially, helping to pay for Donald Trump's ground game, also holding the rallies, using his platform X, a full-throated endorsement. And you do wonder what it might mean for Elon Musk if Donald Trump doesn't win. But we're adding Tucker Carlson to the list here. We don't have to do a whole throwdown on this. I just find this curious, knowing that the Trump campaign is trying hard to get women on board. Carlson's going to be in Georgia tonight with Trump in Duluth, and they're planning a Halloween event at the Desert Diamond Arena, Glendale, Arizona, which I know is a place that you're familiar with, an election special grand finale. That would essentially be Donald Trump's closing optic. What's the message there?
Well, it's certainly not outreach to women. I mean, there are many other things you could do to try and create a message around that. So it's going hard on the bro culture. They're playing into what we call the manosphere these days. This election is almost entirely now responding around men turning out for Trump and women turning out for Harris. And I would say the only poll worth watching now is the early vote, and women are 10% ahead of men in the early vote in the swing states. So you really, somebody's having success getting women to the ballot 10% more than men. So Trump's got some effort, and maybe Tucker Carlson can help drive that message. He's certainly good at messaging. So that's doubling down on your base from what I can see.
I'm glad you mentioned early voting. Kristen, I'd like your take on this. These numbers are jumping off the page here. We're already at, in Georgia, almost 2 million. They probably crossed that mark since 10:30 this morning. In North Carolina, about 1.5 million by Tuesday, the 6th day of early voting. We're seeing a lot of records set here. Nearly 20 million Americans casting ballots now in person or by mail. And some of the states give us a sense of who is voting where. And in Arizona, I just saw this for the first time today, based on ballot data compiled by a group called Uplift. This is a Democratic group. It's showing Republicans, and I know Arizona is a bit of an outlier when it comes to the early vote, but standing up here, Republican ballots surging and have tapered off a bit more to what we saw in 2020. In Wisconsin, they just started yesterday, almost 100,000 people in the first day. What does that tell you about the motivation of voters and what it might mean for turnout overall?
I mean, I think it's really interesting when you saw Donald Trump at a rally a couple days ago saying we're going back to, one day only, paper ballot, in-person voting. That's just not how the way the world works anymore. And I think both sides are working on getting their people out, their bases, people who really want to do this. I also think it's, as you see more women coming to the polls, as Rick mentioned, 10% more, it's probably a good sign for Vice President Harris. But we'll have to see. These are the types of numbers that, hopefully we can get more early voting going in more of these states that, we're not waiting for 2 and 3 weeks after election night to see who won the race.
Rick, in Nevada, about 40% of the some 250,000 ballots submitted as of Monday evening came from Republicans, more than Democrats at 36%, according to the Secretary of State's office. Is the whole country going to look like Arizona at some point when it comes to early voting?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Arizona, it's very practical. It's so dang hot. You want to vote whenever you can. Don't wait for the election day. But the reality is that you can't beat the convenience, especially these states like Arizona and Nevada, who have had a history of doing it now for decades. It becomes just a traditional thing that families do. They don't circle around election day as being the only day to vote. And I would say one of the things that I'm learning from data scientists about this surge in early voting across the board is that it really portends what the pollsters have been telling us, which is that there's an enormous amount of, I would say, enthusiasm by voters to turn out. The biggest question in this game right now is what is turnout going to look like? And those people who have been saying it's going to go over the 69% mark from 2020, which was a historic high over 100-year period, the idea that it could go beyond that means that basically all these highly unlikely voters, the ones that you wouldn't normally put in a poll, are going to be showing up to vote. And I think at the end of the day, that's probably advantaged Trump.
That's fascinating. Kristen, what do you make of the success that the RNC has had in motivating people to vote early, frequently in contrast from what they're hearing from the nominee, Donald Trump? He has said that, get out there and do what you can, play by their rules, but then he'll say, even though it's stupid. It seems that the party has managed to get its arms around this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just smart to do that on both sides. I mean, the Democrats have been saying this for years. There's no reason other than if you want to suppress voter turnout to say that it should be one day, only voting. That's just not the way of the world. So, they've been smart. The Democrats have been all over this for a very long time. We should expand it. There are people who are working that can't get to the polls in that one day. But I would say that the operation that the Harris-Walz campaign has put together on the ground, boots on the ground, getting voters out, not taking anything for granted. Trump is doubling down on the base. We're trying to reach some of those, like you said, some of those undecided. I'm not exactly sure if it's advantage Trump on there. So the operation is in full swing. So doing everything we can to make sure that we get out the vote.
Rick, what do you think of at this point, less than 2 weeks to go, when we talk about the undecided voter? I mean, should we start rolling our eyes here? Is this a real person? Where do they live?
It's a sliver of the available vote at this point, sometimes a little bit more in certain areas in the 7 targeted states, which are the only group really that matter at this point. And look, I mean, we have talked excessively about how close this race has been since the very beginning, even with Biden in.
Yes.
And it's only gotten closer since then. And so the reality is 10,000 votes here and there are going to decide the election in almost every one of these states. So if you believe the pollsters, you're gonna want to have whatever closing arguments to undecided voters, no matter how small a subset that might be.
It really is a very small number of voters that the campaigns are chasing at this point, Kristen. And so the strategy becomes get out the vote, right? Get the base that you have out. And that brings us back to where we started our conversation. Is that what all these concerts and celebrities are for?
I think it's motivating people, more eyeballs, more people, just as long as you're getting that message out. It's about democracy. It's about these issues you care about. It's about the economy. And I think the more you can have more people paying attention, it doesn't necessarily hurt, but it's also, like I said, about, these offices who are in these communities and in these districts all over these battleground states, knocking on doors and getting people out there, which is, I think, advantage Harris.
Advantage Harris, even as Elon Musk drops $75 million into the Trump ground game. We're not done with our panel. They'll be back in our second hour here, and a great combination to have Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn, 2 real practitioners, as we make our way through the final throes of this campaign. Yes, we're less than 2 weeks away from this actually happening. And watching early voting come to life has been a remarkable part of this week. It's going to get to be a bigger and louder story as we get closer. We'll have a lot more coming up in our next hour, including, as I mentioned, our panel with Rick and Kristen. We'll also talk to Bloomberg's Michelle Jamrisco about the latest on the trail, and Jane Hall from American University is going to join us as well. Thanks for being here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. We'll have much more ahead right here on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Early voting sets more records. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, with early voting in the swing states putting up impressive numbers for both Republicans and Democrats. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, both campaigns also continuing to snipe at each other here. The vice president is talking right now, as a matter of fact, about new revelations from retired General John Kelly, Donald Trump's former chief of staff, about some of the things he had to say about Adolf Hitler, reportedly behind the scenes.
Yeah, there's been a few pieces of reporting related to the words of John Kelly. The Atlantic, of course, publishing an article yesterday about Donald Trump saying he would like generals like Hitler had. And then today, the New York Times publishing not just a print piece, but actually audio interviews that were conducted with John Kelly, in which he says his experience with Donald Trump suggests that Trump meets the definition of a fascist. And that he was deeply troubled by Trump's recent comments about using the military against domestic opponents. And it's that kind of language that the vice president is speaking to right now outside the Naval Observatory. She says it's further evidence for the American people of who Donald Trump really is.
This is something that we're going to monitor for you as it's driving the narrative in some quarters today in Washington, as the candidates also focus on the swing states. Kamala Harris will have a town hall a little bit later on in Philadelphia. Donald Trump working the trail as well, as early voting really starts to kick into gear in places like Georgia, where we're seeing remarkable numbers for both parties, and Nevada as well.
Yeah, incredible to see in Nevada Republicans actually outpacing Democrats in terms of returning early ballots. So we have a lot to get to this hour. We'll have that full coverage for you of what's happening in politics, but we also have full coverage, as always, of what's happening in the markets. And for that, we turn to Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons, Joe Matthew. Indeed, good day from New York. Lots going on, and we got you covered here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. We're sifting through corporate earnings. Beige book coming up 2 o'clock Wall Street time, but right to the numbers. S&P down now by 53 points, taking out 5,800, 57.98, where we stand, down 0.9%, just about the lows of the session. We've got the Dow down 376, a decline now of 0.9%. NASDAQ is down 289 points, a drop now of 1.6%. Your 10-year 4.22%, your 2-year 4.06%. Spot gold down $28 the ounce, a drop of 1%. Gold now at $27.20. West Texas Intermediate crude sliding as well, down now by 1.6%, $70.58 for a barrel of WTI. McDonald's shares are slumping by 5%. McDonald's, of course, member of the Dow. McDonald's working to contain the fallout from that severe E. coli outbreak that appears to be linked to onions in its quarter-pounder sandwiches, which has killed one person and sickened dozens of people across the country. Last hour, the chain provided an update saying it has yanked the burgers from about a fifth of its more than 13,000 U.S. restaurants. Again, right now, McDonald's shares, they are down by 4.8%. Again, recapping, stocks are lower. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. S&P down by 1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington, the Wednesday edition. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. With a look at the Wednesday trade, I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, D.C., where we just had the Vice President Kamala Harris briefly speak to the press, addressing recent reports from John Kelly, the former chief of staff in the Trump White House, and some of the remarks he has made about the kind of president Trump was or could be again. But Kamala Harris is in short order, Joe, going to be making her way to Pennsylvania, where she will be appearing for a town hall on CNN tonight. That is an invitation that Donald Trump decided not to accept. He will instead be holding another event in Georgia. No coincidence that those are both swing states that the candidates are focusing most of their attention on in these final 13 days of the race.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of what we've been seeing these past couple of days. They'll both end up in evening newscasts and on social media caught up talking about their issues here. And clearly the Harris campaign sees an opportunity when it comes to this issue with John Kelly, which is not a new one. He's actually been quoted to have said this before, but now showing up in both the Atlantic and the New York Times. And you do wonder to what extent this might draw out other members of the national security space who have condemned Donald Trump before. That's the pattern, at least, that we've seen. Now, as we've been discussing, swing states, yes, but also celebrities. You're going to find Bruce Springsteen in Georgia later this week. Donald Trump is going to be with not just this Joe Rogan interview, but on stage with Tucker Carlson coming up. And it's where we start our conversation with Michelle Jamrisco, a Bloomberg News senior reporter with her eyes on the White House and the campaign. Michelle, it's great to see you.
Yeah, good to be
so
here.
it's like the battle of the celebrities now, which is something that we've been talking about. But this issue with John Kelly is one the Harris campaign is obviously trying to have stick.
Yeah.
Does it have more life than last time we went through this?
Yeah, well, setting aside the celebrities for one point, unless you count all the Republicans as celebrities, but the Harris campaign, does seem to have found, or at least they think they found a winning message in kind of courting Republicans, especially those who have served under Trump and are turning against the idea of having him back in office. That kind of ties into what she's kind of used as part of her closing argument in terms of the sort of personal attacks. Trump is unfit for office. He's even more unhinged, she would argue, and former President Barack Obama, stumping for her, is arguing he's even worse than he was before. So they're all trying to kind of make this a sort of referendum on Trump, while at the same time kind of trying to sneak in what is the case for Harris, which is something that some of her undecideds and maybe even some of her supporters are still kind of hoping to hear a little bit more on the proactive front.
Well, so as we consider that there's 13 days to go to convince people not just to vote for her or for Trump, but to vote at all, to what extent is the celebrity introduction or even just the celebrity-esque figures within the parties like former President Obama about just driving turnout? The message isn't what's important. You're seeing cool people speak and try to get you jazzed up.
No, I think a lot of it is about, and there's a debate around how much celebrity endorsements really matter, but the turnout factor, the enthusiasm factor, really anything to get people to the polls at this point in such a tight race is important. I think you see on the Democratic side a lot of musical artists now. We had Eminem at a Detroit rally last night. It just anything really to kind of get more eyeballs on the election, get a more broad audience and get them fired up about going to the polls on either side.
I think Eminem was the only one not rapping at the event last week. Strangely, it was fun to watch. I don't know what the campaigns are really putting together here outside of what we know now, and these plans are actually coming to some fruition. We know Donald Trump's going to be renting out Madison Square Garden for $1 million in a state that he likely doesn't have a chance to win, which really points us back to the idea that this is a national election. I know we're focused on the swing states, but when it comes to media coverage, he'll probably get a lot more than $1 million worth of earned media that night, won't he?
Yeah, when we're talking about non-swing state events, there's really two things that we're looking at. One is, how does this impact maybe a down ballot race? But in this case for New York, it's really just about the spectacle and also a little bit about Trump's obsession with New York and his background there. He really, at some points in the race, despite what maybe his advisors were telling him, he was kind of obsessed with the thought of maybe winning it and turning the state. We know that's to be a very unlikely scenario, but to say the least. But to have a crowd like that in an iconic place like Madison Square Garden does boost the exposure. Maybe it might fires up his supporters, as we're talking about other ways to kind of get people to turn out.
Well, and he's not the only one spending his time in a state that is mildly surprising, it not being a swing state. On Friday, Kamala Harris is going to be in Texas.
That's right.
She's not going to win Texas, right? So what is this really about?
Well, there's another down ballot example.
Yeah,
both Colin Allred, but also the abortion and reproductive rights issues. Reproductive rights is on the ballot in I think some 9 different states. I have to go back and look exactly, but there's a lot of those ballot initiatives. Those have been winning issues for Democrats in recent years, and resoundingly so. So they're kind of pinning their hopes that could be another highlight of, why go to Texas? Well, we can win something here if we don't win the president's electoral college votes there.
All right, Bloomberg's Michelle Jamrisco.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you so much, as always, for joining us as we consider the strategy in these final 13 days of the race. We're going to be at the single-day countdown soon, Joe.
Yes, please, soon enough.
Yeah, let's speed up this
silly
clock.
Season, I think we can say, with some of the stuff that we're chewing on here, but that's the way this goes. We know it's like that in the final throws. There are just more outlets. There are more podcasts. There are more interviews, it seems, than ever.
Yeah, and we certainly saw that on full display yesterday with Kamala Harris sitting down for an interview on NBC, as well as on Telemundo. And, of course, on Friday, we're expecting Donald Trump to sit down with Joe Rogan for his podcast. Not the only podcast,
You wonder
as
if
you
that
suggest.
draws out Kamala Harris to do the same. She's supposedly talking with him.
Very well might, though I don't think call her daddy, which Kamala Harris did, has been drawn out, or Trump has been drawn towards in the aftermath. They're not necessarily one for wanting each other on these podcasts, but It's something we want to discuss with someone who is an expert on the media. Jane Hall is with us. She is American University Associate Professor of Journalism and Media Studies, and also author of Politics and the Media, Intersections and New Directions. Jane, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio. As we look at the media strategy here in these final weeks of the race, trying to reach out to, in some ways, very targeted groups of voters, how would you rate each campaign's success on that front?
Well, I think they've had their successes. Each of them has had a success. I mean, I think it's striking that the GOP is coming out early voting. I mean, that to me potentially shows how much loyalty Donald Trump has, because he's now saying, oh, no, go ahead and come out and vote. I mean, it's very hard to know how this is all going to end up. But I personally think that Harris has done some very interesting things by going on Brett Baer, people who might have doubted her. She stood her ground. She might even go do Joe Rogan. Trump is not going into hostile territory. He had a town hall which was pretty much packed with people that were his supporters, and saying he was the protector of women. I think that they are not that the Trump campaign, he is doubling down on the bro culture and on immigration and on the language around that, I think, more than trying to go and convince people who are not already with him. That would be my estimation. She is going, and I believe trying to show that she can be the person that can overcome whatever doubts people have about the first woman president, and also doubts about whether they understand or know her well enough. These are things that have come up over and over. I think that her strategy probably is a stronger media strategy. How that all plays out, we're really just going to have to see.
Jane, you're an expert on politics and the media, and I'm struck by how in this campaign, remember in 2008, it was the internet election because the internets were new. This is being called, I think David Gura earlier in the broadcast called this the podcast election. Donald Trump didn't do 60 Minutes, and it might turn out that he didn't need to. But this Joe Rogan interview, for instance, could have a major impact on mobilizing bros, as you call them, and other young voters he's trying to reach. Are we resetting the deck on the must-haves, the must-dos when it comes to media in a presidential campaign?
Oh, I think that's such a great point. I think this could be the podcast election. Kamala Harris going on Call Her Daddy got a bigger audience that she might have gotten in many of the so-called legacy media.
That's right.
I will say that at the same time, one of the things that is happening is that the 60 Minutes interview Trump didn't show up for, and he's been out there saying and convincing a lot of people that somehow it's wrong that they edited it. She's trying, I think, to say that she's the one out there doing things. But to your point, I believe very strongly that podcasts are definitely playing a huge role. People are going to partisan podcasts. They're going to places where they are reaching out beyond their normal audience. I mean, that's why I think it was very smart for Kamala Harris to even consider and then go on with Brett Baer. That's cable. But the podcast audience is huge. They've been courting them. They've been trying to, if you go to the Spin Alley, the podcasts are definitely a factor in a way that they have not been before. And they tend to be partisan. Not all of them, but many of them reach an audience of like-minded people. And I think they've been a huge factor this time.
Well, that's a really important point, Jane. This isn't necessarily journalists conducting nonpartisan interviews in many of these instances. And when we consider the way in which podcasts, which are often audio clipped, many of them have a video component now, just parts of them are circulating on the internets, as Joe calls it, across social media. Many of these things are being consolidated, not necessarily put into context. How concerned are you by what you're seeing around media consumption behavior in this election, and whether or not people are getting access to the factual information that they need to inform their vote?
I think that this is the biggest question we face in media and politics. I mean, I will say, don't count out the legacy media. I mean, the fact that the New York Times put out their interview with Kelly immediately, the fact that NBC put out their interview immediately with Hallie Jackson, says to me that they also want to in any way answer the question of, you edited it, you did something, that is something that Trump has been promoting. Really, I think that it is an issue. It is an issue as to What kind of information are people getting? I think asking people to sort this out is more than we should be asking. I think it's a very complicated question. We should have fact checking, but it's very hard in real time right now when you have Donald Trump saying that, what he said previously isn't true anymore. And you have to go back and say, no, the media have to say, no, he actually did want to overturn Roe v. Wade. I mean, we're in a fast moving environment. I think maybe after the election, we can try to look back at this and see what can be done to try to help people. And also, frankly, on the internet, check and fact check. I mean, under Elon Musk, fact checking is going away in many ways, and that is not a good thing.
Well, in the meantime, to quote Terry Haynes at Pangea Policy, we're all drunks leaning on lampposts. Jane, there's a great note that Terry is out with today. And he's quoting, of course, the late Hall of Fame Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. Quote, statistics are used much as a drunk uses a lamppost for support, not illumination. And he calls out 3 examples: pushing the betting markets, as we've seen, as somehow accurate, pushing Harris's economic plan benefits, the reality picking between, he says, Harris and Trump is like picking which terminal cancer you want, and Harris supporters seeking to spook markets on Trump tariffs when the analysis is siloed and admittedly speculative. It brings us back to the impact of media and personality, the use of celebrity, when in fact, if we're all drunks leaning on lampposts, we don't have a lot of data here to count on, Jane, do we?
Well, I hope we can sober up after November 5th. And frankly, we're not going to be done after November 5th. This is going to go on for a while. I think that this election has been exciting in many ways and also something we want to reflect on, because you do need to have some consensus about what the facts are. And frankly, that has been undermined pretty dramatically. And we're going to have to see how this all plays out. I hate to say we're going to have to see, but it's pretty true. I think I think that we're going to have to look back and say, should we have more regulation? Should we have, how should this all look? Because right now we're in the midst of, I'll use another analogy, a car going down the road 1,000 miles an hour. It's very hard to fix the car when you're running down the road. And I think we're going to have to get through this and then see what the impact of this environment has been. Nobody particularly likes the environment that we're in. And that's something maybe we can go forward on.
It's great to have you back with us. Jane Hall, American University professor of journalism, media studies, author of Politics in the Media, Intersections and New Directions. I think we're finding a couple of them right now. Jane, thank you, and great to have you with us once again on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. If you're just joining us, welcome to the fastest show in politics. We are less than 2 weeks out, and Kaylee, impressive early voting numbers driving the conversation today from the likes of Georgia and Nevada, where Republicans are snapping to attention here.
Yeah, breaking from the norm, at least compared to what we saw in 2020. In Georgia, more than a quarter of the voting population has already cast their ballot. So for all of our conversation about the media tour, the swing state blitz in these final days, a lot of people have already made up their minds and have already acted on that thinking.
27% in the bag in the swing state of Georgia. We'll assemble our panel next. Rick Davis and Kristen Hahn with us today on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Bond yields creeping higher. Stocks are lower. In fact, the worst level of the day right now. We've got a slide in some of the biggest tech companies. That's dragging down stocks. Traders also wading through a slew of earnings reports. Right to the numbers with the Dow now down 465 points, lower by 1.1%. Again, just about the worst level of the day. We've got the S&P tumbling 66 now, a decline of 1.1%, and the NASDAQ Composite Index now down by 340 points. NASDAQ now down 1.8%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares down 1.1%. 10-year 4.23%. The 2-year 4.07%. Spot gold down $32 the ounce, a drop there of 1.2%. Crude oil $70.50 a barrel. WTI West Texas Intermediate crude down right now by 1.7%. Boeing shares lower after earnings. Investors are already prepared for lackluster results after Boeing provided a preview earlier this month. Boeing shares now down by 1.7%. Also out with earnings this morning, Coca-Cola, that stock down by 1.7%. Rival PepsiCo down by 0.7%. Tesla coming up after the close of trading. Ahead of earnings, we've got Tesla down now by 2.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome back to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew in Washington, where we are taking stock of the final stretch here of the presidential race with just 13 days to go until Election Day. We spent a lot of time talking about the closing arguments we have heard or will hear in these next 13 days. Kamala Harris focusing in part on Donald Trump's character and what she describes as his unfitness for office, in addition to abortion rights, which will be spotlighted by a visit to Texas on Friday. Whereas Donald Trump has a bit more mixed messaging, shall we say, when it comes to Kamala Harris. But one thing he is focused on, frankly, both of the candidates do seem to be putting emphasis on, is the economy. We heard from both of them on that issue in an interview and a rally, respectively, yesterday.
My plans are focused on working people, the middle class, and what we must do to strengthen hardworking people to be able to do what they dream and aspire to be able to do. His plans are about giving tax cuts, massive tax cuts, to billionaires and big corporations.
With 4 more years of Kamala Harris, North Carolina will be an economic wasteland. That's what's going to happen. The rest of your companies are going to move out. Everybody knows that. The smart people know. We don't need another 4. No country could take that.
And of course, now Kamala Harris is pushing a federal minimum wage of at least $15 an hour in answer to Donald Trump's foray at the McDonald's in Pennsylvania, with optics that are still resonating on the campaign trail. Let's assemble our political panel. With us today, Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, alongside Democratic strategist Kristen Hahn, partner at Rock Solutions. Great to see you both. This is quite a contrast, Rick Davis, when you have Donald Trump in what you, I think, already described on the air as very effective optics, wearing the apron, handing out the fries, restaurant open or closed, people pre-selected or not, and Kamala Harris answering that with a $15 minimum wage aimed squarely at those McDonald's workers. Which is a more effective pitch in this 11th hour?
You know, look, I think they both work. Certainly the optics around being in a McDonald's and showing support for people who are, earning a living doing that. As I said earlier, has been an effective tool. And frankly, the Democrats reacted so badly to it. It's actually probably hard for the Harris campaign to get back into talking about it because everyone panned it so badly on the Democratic side. The reality is she should have been visiting a McDonald's and announcing this minimum wage policy in order to create the optics that would get her more attention. We're talking about it today because on Bloomberg, we care about minimum wage issues. But her ability to convert a lot of talk about Wall Street issues, taxes, trade policy, all that stuff that's been going on to a Main Street issue like, working at a McDonald's and earning $7 an hour is something that requires optics, not just a press release.
Well, I was also struck, Kristen, by how she immediately hedged her remark on a $15 federal minimum wage by saying, we'll work with Congress on that. We got to work it out, acknowledging that for something like that, it will require congressional action. This is not just up to the power of the president, when the same acknowledgement isn't necessarily being made for other economic proposals from both candidates, frankly, when it comes to taxes or anything else. So where is the realism element here?
I mean, I think she's right. I mean, for any big policy change, whether it's minimum wage or the taxes that are going to sunset and that we all know that we're going to have to deal with at the end of 2025, it's gonna, whoever's president of the United States is gonna have to work with both chambers and likely both parties to get it done. I do think I agree with Rick on the optics of Trump. Even though it was a total sham and they shut the restaurant down, but the optics are important and probably were a net positive for him. People criticize Kamala for not being more substantive. What she did was very substantive, but like Rick said, sometimes it requires more than just a press release. But the reality is that anybody who's president is going to have to work with both sides on any issue, really.
I'm compelled by gas prices. When you add that to the story of a rising minimum wage, at least being proposed, and falling gas prices here, Rick, AAA has the average price down 11% from this time last year. And in fact, average gas prices are now below $3 a gallon in 19 states, including the swing states of Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. I know that a lot of Harris critics try to tie her to the Biden administration. She's, of course, a big part of it when it comes to issues like the border. Does she get the benefits of incumbency on a story like this when it comes to gas prices?
She could if she spent more time demagoguing it. I mean, and I mean that in a positive way. Donald Trump, demagogues anything positive that happens. If the stock market goes up, it's because, according to Donald Trump, they know he's going to win. If it goes down, it's because they're worried that Biden or the Harris campaign is getting successful. I think this is a lesson that Biden, White House, and the Harris campaign have never quite understood. Is at some point you actually have to take credit for something positive. You can't just sort of assume that's your day job. And so the policies of the Biden, Harris administration, to bring down prices, to cutting costs of living, that's still the number one thing that voters are thinking about when they go to the polls. And the fact that that isn't on the lips of the candidate for president, Kamala Harris, every single day just stuns me, because they have a story to tell, but they just refuse to tell it.
Well, the story she seems to be telling, at least in part today, as we just heard her speaking outside the Naval Observatory, her residence, is about the reported remarks in the New York Times and the Atlantic of John Kelly, Trump's former chief of staff, what he said about Hitler, what he said about Trump qualifying in the definition of a fascist. And we understand, based on new Washington Post reporting that just hit the wire, Rick, that on Tuesday next week, Kamala Harris is planning to deliver a closing argument speech on the National Mall, where, according to sources familiar, at least in part, she'll mention Trump's role in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. What do you make of the focus on the threat of Donald Trump toward democracy? It's feeling very Joe Biden-esque in the final stretch of the race here.
Yeah, it is. It's such a drug to criticize Trump and to call him a threat to democracy. And when someone with such credibility as General Kelly comes out and goes on the record, something that nobody would have really expected him to do because of his patriotism. It's just, you want to grasp, you want to hold that. And yet this has been a major portion of the Harris closing argument, is swinging away from issues like the economy and going back into direct attacks on Trump as being non-democratic. And look, they've got polling data. They're making a judgment call. They're seeing something in there that I haven't seen, that somehow voters that still haven't cast ballots or made up their minds are going to be motivated by that. It's just amazing to me that, she would make her closing arguments in Washington, D.C. Washington used to be kryptonite. If a candidate for president came to Washington, they immediately fell in the polls. And so good luck to you with that mall rally, because I'll be darned if I ever thought that would work.
Love to hear from you on this, Kristen. This is a remarkable story that Kaylee mentions. The Washington Post is pointing to the permit application that would put this between 4th and 7th Streets on the mall. So imagine Kamala Harris on what appears to be here a 40-foot stage with the Capitol behind her, right? This would be right on the mall where tourists would otherwise be milling around here. About 7,000 people, 1,000 chairs. The full treatment here. Are these the right optics, which will be 1 week before the election?
I mean, I don't think it necessarily hurts her. As you're saying that, as a Washington, D.C. resident, I'm just thinking about the traffic that I'm going to have to deal with.
You're staying home that day, aren't you?
Around then. But, I think that you can have an event like that, look very presidential. And she's been all over the country and still be in all of these swing states and where she needs to be, and in Georgia and in Arizona and all these places. So I don't think it's one or the other. I think that there's some optics there, and then she can also be in a diner in Wisconsin, talking with voters in Michigan. So I think it just goes to show that this campaign, like Rick said, it's not that they're doing this in a vacuum. They've got data that's telling them, that's informing these decisions. So I would be loath to second guess those, but I think that you can do all of the above.
Well, Kristen, if it in part is going to be a speech about democracy as she stands on the National Mall, as Joe paints the picture with the Capitol behind her, does she need to make it about something more broad than that? What do you think, based on your deep knowledge of democratic politics? Her closing argument needs to be beyond that. Is there something she could be better spending her words on, not just her physical presence?
Yeah, I mean, I think clearly with the Capitol in the background, drawing then those memories of January 6th and democracy. And we see some national polls where democracy maybe makes the top list or the top 5. But at the end of the day, it's really the economy, healthcare, women's healthcare, those types of issues. So I would like to see her weave some of those concepts in, and she has been doing that, about looking forward. There's kind of on a dual messaging track where we're talking about this man over here is a danger to democracy. And for you Republicans, maybe who'd be able to hold your nose and vote for me, but also reminding people that she has a path forward on these issues that really hit close to home to them, including like them being able to put food on their table. And I will go back to the gas prices. I was just in Texas, and gas prices are about like $2.30 a gallon. So I agree with Rick, really taking advantage and like holding on to that and reminding people that some things have gone well.
All right, Kristen Hahn, Rock Solutions partner, and Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital. Thank you both so much for joining us, our political panel, on this Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. And we still have much more coming up. We're going to head to the swing state of Wisconsin next, Joe.
Yes, indeed.
Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican, will be joining us. Have a lot of questions for him. So stay with us right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got a sell-off on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. In fact, the major indexes and averages down by 1% or more. Lows of the day. Key takeaway right now with the S&P down 1.2%, down 70. The Dow down 484, down 1.1%. NASDAQ down 1.9%. Your 10-year creeping up to 4.24%. The 2-year 4.08%. Spot gold down 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude 78 a barrel down 1.3%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Watching Wall Street for us here on Balance of Power. Thanks for being with us on the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg TV and radio. As Kaylee mentioned, we're going to make a trip to the swing state of Wisconsin in just a moment for a conversation with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican, of course, chairs the admin committee. We have a lot to talk about when it comes to early voting that has just begun in Wisconsin, when it comes to the contours this economy is taking in the campaign trail. And we first want to hear from an important conversation from earlier today on Bloomberg. U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai sat down a bit earlier today with Bloomberg Stephanie Flanders at Bloomberg New Economy at B20 in Sao Paulo to discuss the U.S. economic recovery from the pandemic, something we've been discussing throughout this hour domestically here in the U.S. trade relationship with China. Let's listen.
In terms of the path forward and the work that we have to do as the United States in partnership with our friends and neighbors, I think that we have a lot of common ground to be thinking about how you use trade policy and trade tools to develop, enhance, and reinforce inclusive economic institutions.
I guess a lot of people listening to this will see here something that we see quite a lot in the Biden administration. It feels like there's an intellectual structure being built to defend a basic sort of political impetus, which has been led by former President Trump, that we just don't want Chinese-made cars flooding the US, whether it's from Mexico or from China. And he doesn't talk about the resilience of supply chains. He just says he doesn't want them and he's going to put 1,000% tariffs or 200%, it varies. I know you can't get into the campaign itself, but you know, it feels like a lot of this is all about trying to make it harder for Chinese cars to get into the US one way or another. And ultimately, that's also going to trigger a review of the trade agreement.
Well, Stephanie, I feel like the way you've posed that question, while very, very friendly and with a smile, is in a way challenging whether or not I've been lying to you for these 20 minutes. And I just want to say...
Providing an intellectual justification for a political policy.
I mean, I think if that's what you've taken away from this conversation, you've really missed everything that I've just said to you.
Okay.
Which is, it's an intellectual framework that is placed in objectivity, that is not xenophobic, that is not about keeping the PRC down, but is about growing inclusive economies at home so that the parts of our population and our fellow Americans, our fellow Brazilians, who are really struggling today, struggling even more than they were before the pandemic, before the great financial crisis, and before the takeoff of this era of trickle-down trade policies has hollowed out significant parts of our economy. And I know that in Brazil, there is a huge, huge outcry when major auto manufacturers pulled out of Brazil and shut down production here. Those are not political. Those are about economics, it's about livelihoods, and it's about the ability of a democracy to deliver livelihoods and hope for its people. That is the whole point of a democracy. So let me just end there to say that an intellectual framework that we've put forward is undergirded by President Biden and Vice President Harris's deep conviction that our democracy and its economic promise, that these are the most important elements of what we have to deliver to our people. In trade for a very, very long time, we've been concerned by the indications that we've seen of growing economic dominance of the PRC economy in the global economy, as represented by industries that have been grown strategically and intentionally, not just for dominance within the Chinese economy, but for global marketplace domination. We've seen that in steel, we've seen it in solar, we are now seeing it in EVs and batteries. And what I think is really interesting about today in 2024 is that across our administration, whether you're the U.S. Trade Representative, you're the Secretary of the Treasury, whether you're the Secretary of State or the Director of the National Economic Council, we are all focused on this challenge of Chinese overcapacity, excess production.
U.S. Trade Rep Catherine Tai speaking with Bloomberg earlier today. Kaylee, really interesting to hear her not only speak so forcefully in defense of the administration, but reminding us of the very loud argument that's underway between free trade, what some call fair trade, and what others call isolationism.
Yeah, and you're seeing this reflected not just in terms of actual outright tariff policy when we're talking about where goods are made and if they're brought into the United States, but increasingly on the part of Donald Trump, you're seeing it reflected in things like tax policy. He already had proposed a lower corporate tax rate of 15% for companies that manufacture goods in America. Then yesterday in North Carolina, he was talking specifically about offering a tax break on auto purchases, but only if it's an American-made vehicle, not necessarily European or Asian models, all kind of focusing on America's manufacturing economy in the final stretch here.
That's right, which would align, I suppose, with Donald Trump's prior proposals. But a lot of this just brings us back to the argument, which in many ways is not so much an argument. It's a bipartisan look at our relationship with China. It's just a question about which campaign, which administration will be carrying the ball on that.
Yeah, and of course, if anyone wants to be able to form an administration, the path runs through just a select few states, one of them being part of the blue wall, the state of Wisconsin. And that's where we go next, where we're joined by Republican Congressman from Wisconsin, Brian Stile. He's chair of the House Administration Committee and member of the House Financial Services Committee. Welcome back to Balance of Power, sir. Always great to have you. If we could just begin with a wide view at your state, somewhere where yesterday we saw Tim Walz and former President Obama spending time. How close is the race in Wisconsin right now from your view, the presidential race?
It feels like every 2 years, the state of Wisconsin is always close. It's going to be once again. And at the end of the day, this is going to be a decision based on turnout. And this is where making sure conservatives and Republicans utilize early voting in the state of Wisconsin to turn out the vote. That's what former President Obama, Governor Walz was in town doing. I myself voted in person early in my hometown of Janesville. This is the opportunity to make sure that every voice is heard. And I think now to the end, it's going to be a push to make sure our voters get out.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Congressman. Welcome back. It's good to see at least 97,000 people, according to the Associated Press, cast absentee ballots in person the first day they could in Wisconsin. But we saw some very long lines, and there were reports of overwhelmed computer systems that clerks use to process ballots. Is this just par for the course, or is there any concern that you have about the way this is being conducted?
Overall, I think yesterday went well in an environment where a large number of people showed up to vote in a reasonably new system in the state of Wisconsin. I think most of the challenges were navigated through reasonably quickly. There was a small line in my polling location, but overall, I think most people were satisfied with our first day of in-person early voting, and we continue to encourage folks to utilize that tool to make sure that they get out and vote while the weather's nice this week in Wisconsin.
Well, it's nice here in Washington, too, sir. I have to admit it is not feeling like Halloween is around the corner, or an election for that matter, but we are just 13 days away. And I do wonder what you make, sir, of the closing arguments we're getting from both candidates. If Donald Trump is becoming specific enough in his messaging to win those voters in Wisconsin that may yet be undecided, what is the winning message that he needs to drive home?
I think President Trump has done a good job and will continue to talk about the two key policies that everyone is discussing in Wisconsin, and that's the impact of inflation and the cost of living, and the second being border security. And the contrast between the Biden-Harris administration and the President Trump administration on these two issues could not be more clear. If we're focused in on bringing costs down for families that can't afford the things that they need, and we're focused in on the importance of securing the U.S.-Mexico border, which is having a direct impact here in the state of Wisconsin, we have an opportunity to be successful this election.
Kamala Harris is also making a democracy argument here, Congressman. You might have heard that next Tuesday, there's going to be a rally or a speech on the National Mall. Kamala Harris has pulled a permit to straddle the mall with the Capitol behind her to talk about the threat to democracy that she sees Donald Trump posing here. And we'll recall the events of January 6th. We're hearing a lot about retired General John Kelly's remarks today. Donald Trump invoking Adolf Hitler. He too talking about the quest for absolute power. And I wonder what the Republican answer, or maybe your answer, in a state like Wisconsin is when you hear questions about this.
The rhetoric over the last 2 weeks will most likely continue to increase. That said, I think we're best served when we're focused in and having a conversation on the policy differences between these two candidates. And I think when you have that conversation, you ask people, were you better off under 4 years under President Trump or 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration? The answer is clear. People were better off when President Trump was in office. And so this is a unique election where we effectively have two previous incumbents. There are going to be a lot of attempts to distract from the economic policies of the Trump administration, in large part because they were so successful. And so I think at the end of the day, this is going to come down to a discussion about policies, and the two policies that are front and center is the impact that inflation is having on families and the importance of securing the U.S.-Mexico border.
What about securing the Capitol, Congressman? As Joe mentioned that Kamala Harris may be calling back to January 6th in her speech next week, we did learn yesterday that fencing around the U.S. Capitol will be in place here in Washington from January 5th through the 21st. Can you tell us anything, given your seat on the administration committee, as to what exactly is planned around the security of the actual certification of the vote and of the inauguration itself?
As chairman of the Committee on House Administration, we oversee U.S. Capitol Police and other security apparatus in the Capitol. What is key here is that what we are doing is reacting to any threats that we see, and we make sure that our law enforcement agencies have the resources they need to keep the Capitol open and to keep visitors, staff, and members safe. In my conversations with U.S. Capitol Police, with the House Sergeant at Arms and others, I do believe that we're acting to make sure that they have the resources, that they will have the resources, and that we will be able to make sure that the public, as well as staff and members, are able to be safe here on Capitol Hill.
That's important, Congressman, and I appreciate your talking about that to the benefit of our listeners and viewers who are concerned about this. There have been still so many questions about what law enforcement should have been and could have been doing that day. Have you heard of any threats? Are we talking about the Proud Boys again? Is this going to be a peaceful day in the Capitol?
It needs to be peaceful and safe in the United States Capitol, as it should be every day. That said, the security teams here in Washington, D.C. and at the United States Capitol are actively monitoring for any threats from anyone, whether or not that's domestic or foreign, from the left or from the right or somewhere in between. My role as the policymaker is to make sure that we have the resources we need to keep the U.S. Capitol safe, and to do that while we keep it open and accessible to the American public. That can be done. I feel confident that we are well positioned to make sure that that's the case.
Well, and before we can get to those days in January, we do have to get through the election. And I know in this cycle, you have been paying close attention to campaign finance, looking specifically at Act Blue. But there's been a lot of questions around campaign finance raised just within the last week, Congressman, surrounding Elon Musk giving $1 million to a registered voter in a sweepstakes if they sign a petition regarding the right to free speech and bear arms. Do you share campaign finance concerns about the activity of Mr. Musk?
I don't have full visibility into exactly how that sweepstakes operates. Obviously, it's incumbent upon everyone to follow campaign finance law. I think broadly, we should be encouraging people to vote, obviously only doing that under the guise of law. I would trust that somebody as smart as Elon Musk has a series of attorneys who've explored that. I don't know the inner workings of the sweepstakes, but I trust that his attorneys have determined it to be legal. That said, I just broadly encourage everyone to make sure that their voice is heard this November and that they take advantage of the opportunity to vote in an absolutely essential November election.
Congressman Brian Stile, Republican from Wisconsin's 1st District. Congressman, it's good to have you back. We still taste the cheese curds from Usingers in Milwaukee. It's good to see you here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Just think, every day we come on the air here and we add more events to the schedule in real time. Yep. Now we've got a national address on the Mall, the National Mall Tuesday from Kamala Harris. Donald Trump's putting together Madison Square Garden, and we've got 2 weeks to go.
Yeah, and there's still concerts that will be in play. Bruce Springsteen's going to be in Pennsylvania with Obama. may have more musical appearances as well. Podcast to look forward to, Joe Rogan.
That's right.
On Friday with Donald Trump. It is going to be a lot of information and sound bites that will be coming at us.
That's true. We're watching and listening so you don't have to, because you can drown in this stuff pretty easily. And I'll meet you back here at 5 o'clock Eastern Time for the late edition of Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everyone. Live on TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week on this Fed Wednesday, October 23rd. Beige book numbers crossing in just a minute. We're going to bring you those headlines as soon as we get them. Carol Masser is out today. Katie Greifeld of Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg News is here. Katie, what's going on with the markets today?
It looks pretty ugly, Tim. We're at session lows on the S&P 500, down 1.3%. Big tech is your biggest loser today. Pretty ugly setup heading into Tesla earnings.
Okay, we're going to bring you those numbers as soon as we get them. We'll also have an update on markets and the trade in just a minute. First up, though, Boeing, one of those companies that is under pressure after reporting earnings. We're going to have George Ferguson stop by to give us what we need to know.
Also under pressure, of course, McDonald's shares sliding after that deadly E. coli outbreak. Michael Halen of Bloomberg Intelligence on the impact joins us soon.
Also, the CEO of the company that owns Greyhound stops by to update us when it comes to intercity transit. And we're live from the Bloomberg New Economy B20 event in Sao Paulo, Brazil. All that and more over the next hour. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. Lows of the day, and we have got the S&P right now at 57.77, taking out 5,800 this morning. Down now by 1.3%. The S&P down 74. Dow Industrials down 514, down 1.2%. NASDAQ right now down 386 points, a decline there of just about 2.1%. A slide in some of the biggest tech companies dragging down stocks. Traders also wading through a slew of corporate earnings. 10-year yield right now 4.24%. The 2-year 4.08%. We've got spot gold down $33 the ounce, down 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude also lower, down now by about 1.3%. Speaking of earnings, Boeing shares declining after earnings. Investors were already prepared for lackluster results after Boeing provided a preview earlier this month. Boeing right now, member of the Dow, down 1.4%. Coca-Cola also out with earnings this morning. That stock now slumping by 1.4%. Rival PepsiCo lower as well. PepsiCo down now by 0.5%. So again, recapping here, stocks lower, worst level of the day. Stocks selling off for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Headlines from the U.S. Beige Book crossing right now. The Fed says that economic activity was little changed in nearly all districts. On labor markets, the Fed reported that employment on balance increased slightly during this reporting period. Many districts reported low worker turnover, and layoffs reportedly remained limited. For more, we bring in Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Mike, I know you're still going through the Beige Book right now, but what sticks out to you here?
What sticks out is the strength of the economy overall during the last period, from the last Fed meeting to now. We were concerned that because of the hurricane, we might lose some data, we might lose some economic activity, the hurricanes that we have seen too, and that the Fed is going to be meeting on the 7th of November, not having seen the employment report. So the Beige Book is something that would give them a real look at the overall economy. And the overall economy, according to this, is still in pretty darn good shape. Activity in banking is generally steady to up. Loan demand is mixed, but there is improvement noted in many districts as interest rates decline. Consumer spending, some districts noted shifts in the composition of purchases, mostly towards less expensive goods, but people are still spending. The housing market has generally held up, according to the Beige Book. It is just factory work that has continued to slow. That's the one weak point, and we have seen that in other data. Labor markets, as you mentioned, still remain relatively strong. Many districts reporting low worker turnover. Layoffs reportedly remain limited. Demand for workers, while it's eased a little bit, is still difficult because employers report difficulties finding the kind of trained workers that they need to go forward. And finally, in terms of prices, what we're seeing is prices contained. It's still a little bit of inflation, but nothing like what we were seeing before. It's come down tremendously, and the progress that the Fed has seen is being reflected in districts noting that there's increasing price sensitivity among consumers. People are watching those prices, and if they start to go up again, they're not buying. So that helps bring inflation further down. So overall, a really good picture of the economy in the Beige Book as the Fed gets ready for its next rate decision.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about inflation and prices a little bit more. I thought this line was interesting, Mike, that multiple districts reported that input prices generally rose faster than selling prices, compressing firms' profit margins. Of course, we are in the thick of earnings season, and that is definitely a topic of conversation. So input costs coming in fast or rising pricer than selling prices. I do wonder how much pricing power is left on the corporate side when you consider the state of the consumer.
It seems to be pricing power is going away. Several Fed officials have made that case, and also folks from the ISM have made that case when they talk to their members. Companies don't have the ability to just pass on or even to raise their prices very much, even if input prices are still elevated, because people, as the Beige Book notes, are getting much more picky about it. They are becoming more price sensitive. So that era, it does appear to be coming to a close, and it does mean that margins compress somewhat. We'll see if that's made up in productivity going forward. That would be what the companies would like to see.
Hey, Mike, net, is this report or what's in the report, is it Fed friendly? Is it what the Fed wants to see? Is it a little too strong when the Fed is looking to see inflation get down to that 2% level?
I don't think it's too strong. I do think it is exactly the kind of thing that they want to see in terms of the words they will never use, soft landing. Essentially, that's what it describes. It doesn't make a case for 50 basis points, however. It doesn't rule out 25. So I think this is just sort of in line with everything we've seen recently, except for the payrolls report last month. And, of course, we get a new one of those next Friday.
Next Friday, of course, next Friday is going to be a huge day because it's the next jobs report.
Also, aren't you like on vacation that day? Or you
no,
here?
I'm off this Friday.
Oh,
Tim.
okay.
Please keep up.
Okay.
But so next Friday, November 1st, we get the next jobs report that is days away from the U.S. presidential election, and then we get a Fed meeting, which is wild. And Mike, this isn't really a question, but I do find it amazing that they actually moved the Fed meeting by a day. The decision, of course, is coming on Thursday after the election rather than on Wednesday.
This is what they have always done in election years when the Fed pretty much always meets on Wednesdays. So when you have a Tuesday election day, they move it back by a day. I presume it's something of a leftover from the days when you couldn't vote by mail or things like that. And the Fed officials who have to come to these meetings might want to vote. So they stay out of the way of the news, and they also let their people go vote, and then they meet a day later.
All right, Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent, joining us from Washington, D.C. We got our eye on what we heard from the Federal Reserve. Also, we got our eye on shares at Boeing. They're lower by just about 1% off of the lows of the day. Shares were under pressure, even though investors were already prepared for lackluster results after the company provided a preview earlier this month. We heard from Boeing, $5 billion in accounting charges, revenue of $17.8 billion fell short of analyst estimates, negative free cash flow of $2 billion in the quarter, bringing the total that's burned through so far this year to $10.2 billion. For more, we bring in George Ferguson. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst. He joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. George, did we learn anything new in this report about the tough task that Kelly Ortberg has ahead of him in turning around the plane maker?
Yeah, I think we did. I think the most interesting, or I don't know, I guess I think of it as interesting, but maybe concerning thing we heard from during the report was that Boeing expects cash burn next year as well for the entire year. It sounded like they expect most of it in the first half, and they'd expect some of the cash generation to turn around by the second half, but still be negative on the year. I was a little bit surprised by that. I thought that the turnaround could be sooner. They might be sandbagging us a little bit, but I think cash is a really important part of this story right now, and that's concerning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you think about this quarter and you think about Kelly Ortberg, his first report as CEO. Is it fair to say this is just let's throw everything out there, let's put every bad number that we can out there right now? Because, I mean, it doesn't seem like there's really any bright spots here.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of that, right? They pushed 777 certification and first deliveries back in 2026. Which is another year out. That was a large portion of the charge at commercial airplane. I'm sure that they're sort of judging some of these things, trying to figure out can they absolutely deliver it by. And I think 777 might fall in that category. And so that they push it out and take a charge, and maybe if things go better than they expect, they'll have certification prior to that and deliveries prior to that. So I do feel like there was a little bit of that going on inside this earnings report.
He also sent a message to employees today. It said, quote, "It will take time to return Boeing to its former legacy, but with the right focus and culture, we can be an iconic company, an aerospace leader once again." The old adage, if it's not Boeing, I'm not going. Now, it's printed on T-shirts that Boeing sells. Pilots were known to say that. George, do you believe that Boeing can get back to what it once was?
I do, and I think, because of the duopoly, they absolutely have a window. They pointed out they have a $500 billion backlog. We knew this before the call. But because of the duopoly, Airbus has not been able to make much headway against them because the supply chains are so intertwined, and they're having similar, just not as bad a problem with their supply chain. Absolutely, if they turn around the quality, deliver like they used to, there's plenty of core customers that are still in their camp. Companies like, airlines like Ryanair, Southwest, Alaska. These are high quality customers to have. So they absolutely have the opportunity to become that great, look, I think Airbus is great as well, but that great commercial aircraft manufacturer. But this is the time, right? They got to get the union back. They have the vote tonight. They got to get a union back into the factories, building airplanes, and they got to bring the union back somewhat happy, right? You can't make them entirely happy. I think they've got a decent deal on the table for them. But when you bring them back, you've got to have them happy and motivated to build quality airplanes, because that's the only way to make the company successful going forward.
And George, the reason why their customers are so loyal is because, it's Boeing and it's Airbus. It's interesting, though, you had Embraer's CEO on Bloomberg Television, I believe it was last week.
He was on our show, too, last week.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow. I only watched the TV version.
Oh, you should watch the...
I will. I'll go back.
Yeah,
but
go back.
What I know from the TV interview
go on.
Was that he hinted at, a 737 rival, that maybe they would think about a new jet to rival the 737. That was in the TV interview. But anyway, George, the question I have to you, is this a duopoly that could be broken into, or is it Boeing, is it Airbus, and that for the foreseeable future is the only game in town?
So I would say it is a duopoly that will be broken into. I don't think it'll be Embraer. I think it'll be Comac, the C919, the Chinese manufacturer. They do have a narrow body flying in fleets in China. There's about 8 of them in fleets right now, most of them with China Eastern. They don't get the same hours per day as a Boeing or Airbus narrow body gets. They have to work on some of their sustainment. They're not building them as fast as Boeing and Airbus, but they've built them. They're in fleets, and they can count on a very robust domestic market. They can count on getting the Chinese airlines to buy that airplane. And so I think they're breaking in now, and one day they will be a competitor. It won't be probably in the U.S. and European markets anytime soon, but they'll be a competitor in the developing world, and they'll be absolutely a major part of fleets in China over time.
Would that be because of the FAA and regulators here in the U.S. and then the European counterpart to the FAA as well, George? Do you see them not approving the C919?
So it's already, the European regulators are already looking at the airplane. And so what I see is I think the regulators are going to take a very close look at these airplanes and make sure they feel really comfortable about them before they let them into markets. And so, I think that means they've got a more protracted approval process. And then I think once you get past that approval process, I think the other second challenge inside the U.S. and Europe will be acceptance of that Chinese airplane, right? And I think in time probably will happen, but my guess is you won't see it for over a decade in the U.S., maybe less in Europe, because I think it's just going to take some time.
It's going to take some time, of course. We're talking about earnings chiefly. That's how we started the conversation. That's only one part of it, George. Of course, a lot of excitement coming this afternoon, this evening when it comes to Boeing. Of course, that highly anticipated labor vote. How are you expecting it to go, and how high are the stakes right now?
Well, I think the stakes are really high because I think the sooner you bring the employees back into the factories, the sooner you can crank up, the supply chain, the flow to the factories, and start getting airplanes built. The longer you let that lapse, the harder it is to start that engine again. And so I think they've been out a little bit over a month now. It's not terrible, but if you keep going here, I think you run some risk of more problems in the supply chain. What do I think about the deal on the table? It's very close. I think Boeing will get an approval. I think that there might be some machinists that thought maybe they deserve 40% instead of 35%. They didn't give the pension, but they sweetened up 401k, I think with a bonus and some better matching. It seems very close, and again, the machinists have been out for a month. I think they've got a good probability of getting the deal done tonight. I guess we'll see how much machinists have saved up prior to the strike.
Yeah, George, if they do get it done tonight, how quickly can those workers be back?
I mean, on the call we heard, it will take, more than a month or so to get things really rolling again. But I think you'll get people back in factories pretty quickly. I don't know why you can't have them back by the end of the week.
So let's say Boeing is able to overcome this hurdle that seems to be the closest one in its path. What's next? What's the next thing it has to jump through in order to get back to firing on all cylinders?
Well, again, I think you got to restart the supply chain. And Kelly Ortberg indicated today, not going to rush through that process. It's more important they do it right than do it fast. I agree. I think they'll have to make sure they have the quality controls in place. He talked about some training as well. So I think it's really sort of getting that factory started in a stabilized way so they can feel really good about the quality. Then they're going to have to turn their sights to bringing Spirit into the Boeing fold next year, although they're already well deep into that. I think managing some of definitely managing the quality that's coming out of Spirit. And those two things will be key to getting 737 rolling, and then getting rid of those old airplanes that they've already built, destined for China or India. They just got to get them tidied up because they built them a bunch of years ago, configured for the customer that's ultimately going to take them and get them out the door. That'll kill a lot of the lag they've had in some of their financials as they're trying to manage airplanes already built but sitting on ramps. I think those are key to the commercial business, getting it moving.
George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst, joining us from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Thanks so much for your time. Katie, I'm looking at shares of what's happening on the market. The NASDAQ 100 falling 2%. We're seeing a sell-off in the world's largest tech companies. It's weighing on stocks. Yields are climbing amid bets the Fed is going to take a more measured approach on rate cuts.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, of course. And you think about, we're having 3 days of losses. Anything can change in the next couple hours, but we haven't seen that since early September.
Hey, up next on Business Week, we go to Brazil. This is Bloomberg.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The latest beige book is out from the Federal Reserve. Economic activity was flat in most parts of the U.S. since early September. According to the report, employment levels increased slightly as more than half of districts reported slight or modest growth. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all lower right now. Lows of the day, S&P down 83, drop of 1.4%. The Dow down 596, a decline of 1.4%. Tech stocks being hit especially hard. NASDAQ down 2.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 4.1%. The NASDAQ 100 Index down 2.1%. The Russell 2000 Index slumping now by just about 1.6%. 10-year, 4.23. The 2-year after the beige book, 4.07%. Gold down $35 the ounce. That is a drop of 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, $70.81 a barrel. McDonald's shares are moving lower today. Right now, we do have McDonald's trading down by 5.1%. The restaurant chain is trying to contain the fallout from that severe E. coli outbreak that appears to be linked to onions in its Quarter Pounder sandwiches. The chain said it has yanked the burgers from about 1/5 of its more than 13,000 U.S. restaurants. Coming up, 2:40 Wall Street time on Bloomberg Television and Radio. We'll have more on the McDonald's story, indeed the very latest from Bloomberg Intelligence senior restaurant analyst Mike Halen. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, happening right now in Sao Paulo is a Bloomberg New Economy at B20. It's where business and government come together to set the agenda for economic development and transformation. We've got with us on the ground Jomana Bertecci. She's a Bloomberg TV anchor and host of Horizons Middle East and Africa on Bloomberg TV. Jomana, good to have you on the program. Give us what's top of mind, because we're talking trade barriers, environmental upheaval, global security, an election in the United States happening in less than 2 weeks. What has dominated discussions at the event?
Well, you name it. You name it, exactly. It's great to be on with you guys. The title of this year's forum is Navigating New Realities, and you just listed a whole litany of issues that are facing the world economy right now, from the effects of climate change to conflict, geopolitical tension, the talk about rising protectionism and the potential increase of tariffs around the world, and how that's going to impact countries, not just who are directly trading with the U.S., of course, but also other countries around the world. They talk about the mobilization of capital from the global north to the global south. And that is the reason that the Bloomberg New Economy was set up in 2018, to talk about some of those key issues affecting developing nations. So yes, U.S. elections, rising protectionism top of mind. But then also we talk about some of the digital challenges as well. Brazil is Latin America's most advanced digital economy, and that doesn't come without challenges. You may recall just not so long ago, there was an incident between Elon Musk's Twitter platform X and the Brazilian regulator over concerns about how news was being spread on the platform, and the proliferation of fake news, disinformation. The Brazilian regulator really cracked down hard on that. So one of the questions that has come up here is, how do you get that balance right between encouraging innovation and the digital transformation, but at the same time applying the right guardrails that are needed to protect consumers? And then finally, we are in Brazil, and I didn't mention that COP is taking place here next year in 2025. A big focus, of course, when you think about the combating the effects of climate change, Amazon, the lungs of the world here. So what efforts are underway to not only preserve and conserve nature, but also think about this energy transformation? 90% of the electricity that's generated in Brazil is generated from renewable sources of energy. How can you take that template and apply it to the rest of the world? So all of those are topics being discussed here.
And it looks like you're in the rainforest. I can see a beautiful tree behind you. There's a lot of greenery, of course. You are in Brazil, as you mentioned. Why Sao Paulo for this gathering?
Well, I think it speaks to the fact that Brazil is gaining in prominence. Economically, it is the largest economy in all of Latin America, of course, but also geopolitically as well. And you think about the close relationship that U.S. has with Brazil. I was just interviewing the U.S. ambassador to Brazil. Common ties there, especially when it comes to investment in some of the energy transition projects. but then also geopolitically sensitive too. Now remember, President Lula, who's the current Brazilian president, was actually one of the founders of BRICS. That is the BRICS group of nations. And they're having a summit this week, by the way, in Russia, which is an interesting juxtaposition. And so Brazil have pursued this non-alignment policy. And at the same time, they're also opening the door to relations with BRICS, with Russia. And also yesterday, the agriculture minister indicated that he would not be against the idea of Brazil joining China's Belt and Road Initiative. So geopolitically very strategic as well. You've got to think, given what I mentioned about the digital transformation, its importance in the climate ecosystem, Brazil certainly has an increasingly powerful role to play on the global scale as well, which is why B20 is happening here, G20 in a month's time, and then COP next year as well.
A pretty incredible lineup of speakers, executives, philanthropists, and more at the event. Bill Gates, among others. You're going to be speaking to the CEO of Rabobank Brazil a little later. We're going to be taking that on our program. John Huntsman Jr., Vice President of Strategic Growth at MasterCard, also former governor out in Utah, and has served in different administrations here in the U.S. Give us some highlights of what you've heard and who you also plan to hear from.
Yeah, so it's interesting because it's been, I would say the conversations have oscillated between the specific to Brazil and then the more macro. And the specific to Brazil, some of them I just listed, the economy, some of the challenges for economy, how Brazil positions itself between all of these geopolitical blocks. But then more broadly speaking, there are just general questions about the state of the global economy, some of the headwinds to come, inflation, whether the fight against inflation has actually been defeated. And I will be speaking to the Rabobank CEO in a short while. So it will be interesting to get the financial industry's perspective. But then also questions about the upcoming U.S. election. It is relevant. And you guys know better than anyone else. It is a knife-edge election. And whatever happens at that election isn't just crucial to the trajectory of the United States, but also will have reverberations around the rest of the world. The ambassador of the U.S. to Brazil was just saying to me that traditionally President Lula, President Biden have got along very well. You have to think about how that relationship might change if the former president, President Trump, returns to the White House. And so that is definitely a big and central theme here as well.
Is there has anyone come out and had a favored candidate? Are people going out and saying who they would prefer, who it would be easier to do business under?
You know, I would say the Brazilian public are just as split, the same way as other countries around the world are. You have the supporters of former President Bolsonaro, who was positioned on the right, who would his supporters would actually be supportive of President Trump coming back again to the White House because the two were very closely aligned historically. And then equally, the supporters of President Lula, the current president, lean towards the left, and they would likely be supportive of President Biden returning. So yeah, it is split against ideological lines here, much like it is split that way across the rest of the world.
All right, Jomana Bertecci, Bloomberg TV anchor, host of Horizons Mideast Africa on Bloomberg Television. You're going to be seeing more of her a little bit later in our program when she's got a big interview coming up just a little bit later. In the meantime, Katie, I know on your program, Open Interest on Bloomberg Television, 9 o'clock on weekday mornings, you guys had some interesting conversations given that we're in the midst of earnings season. Already hearing from quite a few executives.
Yeah, so Open Interest, it's on 9 to 11 a.m. daily.
I said 9 o'clock,
yeah, you said 9 o'clock. But I just want, the viewers and the listeners to know exactly when you can find us. But yeah, we make a point of trying to talk to CEOs on that show. We had the CFO of Coca-Cola on today, John Murphy. Really interesting. I mean, we were just talking about this in the context of the Beige Book, the fact that you have input costs rising.
Yeah.
You aren't seeing the selling prices increase at the same pace, so to speak. And with Coca-Cola, it was interesting.
Unless you're Coca-Cola, right?
Well, they had a volume decline, actually. Unit volume was down about 1%, but they were able to raise prices. Their price mix rose about 10%. They actually lifted their outlook, which is pretty rare at this stage of the game.
I mean, I was hearing this and I was seeing this.
You were watching this on Open Interest.
I'm wondering, though, when it comes to a product that is as inexpensive as soda, is the pricing power greater? Because if you raise the price by, 10 10 cents or 25 cents.
Yeah.
Does that actually impact people?
It's a great point that we're not talking about an already expensive item. Matt Miller made that point, actually, that, I mean, soda is so relatively cheap. Kate Moore from BlackRock, actually, we asked her about it as well. She had a good point that, I mean, if you have a brand that is as recognizable as Coke, and I mean, a lot of people build Diet Coke into their daily life, that you probably have more wiggle room than maybe some others. And then you add on the fact that we're talking about a relatively inexpensive product, that you probably have some pricing power left. But I mean, the stock is down right now. Wall Street strategists, even with that boosted outlook, were pretty harsh on this. So even though they still have the ability to raise prices here, it doesn't seem like that is enough for the sell side.
Okay, so you're watching Coca-Cola. I'm watching what's going on with Tesla ahead of numbers coming out. Shares down close to 2% as we speak. The big question is whether or not, and shares are down about 12% so far this year. It's kind of an outlier when it comes to mega cap tech stocks in that Tesla's peers in the NASDAQ have done really well this year, and Tesla's been struggling.
Yeah, because Tesla's so interesting. Of course, we loop it in with all these big tech stocks. It's a car company. It's mature at this point.
Careful. Is it a car company?
I mean,
it's not valued, but it's not valued like a car company.
That's true.
Investors don't think of it as a car company.
But the problems that it has are car company problems. You think about it, like they're struggling with EV demand. It seems like all of their automaker peers are struggling with EV demand. So you think about the sort of issues that they're grappling with, and then you think about their valuation, and you could build a bear case, and it seems like plenty of people have.
I'm also wondering if investors are going to have questions about what Elon Musk is doing politically, not necessarily because he's distracted, but whether or not they're concerned that he's going to alienate potential buyers. If you're out there and you want an EV, are you going to buy a Tesla or are you going to go buy a competitor? If you say, wait a second, this guy's aligned himself with a political candidate who I don't necessarily support, it's a pretty risky move.
I see a lot of Rivians on the road.
Do you?
I also see
there
more.
Aren't that many out there.
There are, though, but you can find them.
Yeah.
I see more Cybertrucks than I was expecting to.
I've seen a few Cybertrucks.
Yeah,
I don't know if I see the same ones over and over again. That's what I'm wondering.
Maybe
I'm truly wondering that.
Have the same habits as some of the Cybertruck owners. It's a great question, but I do think the point about whether Elon Musk is distracted is a fair one to make, even though he's always had his hand in multiple projects at once. You think about what he's doing on the political side now, in addition to all of the companies that he runs. I know that there are plenty of investors out there who are asking that question.
Okay, well, we're going to have Ross Gerber join us on Bloomberg Radio in the 4 o'clock hour post-Tesla results. We'll bring those numbers to you live as soon as we get them. A little bit of a deep tease there. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to talk about 2 companies in the news today. Little different stock reactions. Starbucks shares were under pressure earlier in the session. They came off of session lows, but McDonald's down close to 5% off of that news late yesterday about the deadly E. coli outbreak in the West tied to onions. We got our Bloomberg Intelligence restaurant analyst telling us everything we need to know and the potential impact of these events. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks selling off. We are off session lows, but still a lot of red on the screen. Right to the numbers with the S&P down 67 right now. That is a drop of 1.1%. Dow down 474, decline now of 1.1%. And NASDAQ down 353. For the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 1.9%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares down 1.2%. The 10-year at 4.24%, the 2-year 4.08%. Gold down $34 the ounce, $27.14. That is a drop right now of 1.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.3%, $70.80 for a barrel of WTI. A sell-off in the world's biggest tech companies weighing heavily on stocks. Treasury yields climbed amid bets that the Fed will take a more measured approach on rate cuts. Investors also sifting through earnings. Case in point, Boeing. Investors were already prepared for lackluster results after Boeing provided a preview earlier this month. Boeing shares right now down by 2%. Also reporting this morning, Coca-Cola, that stock down 1.6%. Rival PepsiCo declining by 0.6%. Again, recapping stocks lower. The S&P down 1.1%. Your 10-year 4.23%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. A big day for a couple consumer discretionary names. McDonald's shares sinking right now, lower by just about 5%. A severe E. coli outbreak, likely tied to onions, served on the Quarter Pounders sickened dozens of people in the U.S., mainly in Colorado and Nebraska. Killed one, according to the U.S. CDC. Also, Starbucks shares bouncing around. They were down earlier in the session by as much as about 3%, but only down about 0.1% right now. This after sales plunged for the third quarter in a row. The company pulled its guidance for 2025. It calls attention to the scope of the problems facing Brian Niccol, the new CEO over at Starbucks. We got Mike Halen with us. He's the perfect person to talk about both of these things. He's senior restaurant analyst over at Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us from Princeton, New Jersey. I do want to start with McDonald's, Michael, and get an understanding from you about how widespread this could be and the effect. I mean, I got to tell you, I know that this is probably every franchisee's worst nightmare to have someone get sick, even if it is 3,000 miles away.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's pretty much the worst thing that can happen to a restaurant or a franchisee. Yeah, we'll see. I would expect some more cases to be found. In the coming days and weeks, but we'll find out shortly. To McDonald's credit, they've historically been as good as it gets operationally, and so hopefully they were able to mitigate this as fast as possible.
And you think about, and this is something that we talked about a couple hours ago on BTV, but you think about the blueprint here. I mean, Chipotle, for example, this obviously having their own issues with the E. coli, that weighed on Chipotle for at least 5 quarters, I believe. So how does McDonald's avoid a Chipotle type situation?
Yeah, well, Chipotle was a little bit unique because after the initial E. coli outbreak, they had several norovirus outbreaks, right? And so Chipotle also owned all their stores, so there was not only did they suffer a big top line decline, but it also suffered some significant margin contraction. Also, Chipotle was a more difficult problem to solve because food is out in the open behind a sneeze glass, and so it's easier for pathogens to get in. So for all of those reasons, we don't expect the impact on McDonald's to be nearly as deep as Chipotle. Their Chipotle same-store sales were down 20% in 2016, and they declined, to your point, for 5 straight quarters. But that being said, we still think, consumers are going to be turned off by this news. It was a tragedy. It's terrible, and I think it's going to impact sales and traffic at least for a few quarters here.
It's interesting you say that, impacting sales and traffic. I got to give a shout out to Tom Keene. We walked in the studio.
Do you have to give him a shout out?
There's a bag of McDonald's in the studio waiting for us. So he got us some fries. He got us some filet of fish. It's still here. We have not eaten it at this point.
It does smell.
But it doesn't. It's not holding him back from going to McDonald's here in New York the next day, Michael. And I wonder, if something happens, something's in the news, and it is geographically isolated, does it affect traffic in other parts of the country?
Yeah, we think it is. I mean, listen, Tom's one of a kind. He also offered me McDonald's on surveillance next time I'm in the city. So
delicious.
Thanks to Tom.
He'll make good on that. I promise.
Yeah, no, I know. So I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, no, I think it does, man. This has been all over the news today. Everybody wants to talk about it. You know, and when consumers hear about it, especially the fact that somebody passed away, especially the fact that Quarter Pounder with cheese is a very popular menu item for McDonald's, I think all of these things add up to some consumer hesitancy in the coming weeks and months. And, you know, I think it's going to be up to McDonald's to prove to their customers and their investor base that they're doing everything they possibly can to make sure that the food they're serving is safe, right? You know, if it came from the onions, which it seems like it's most likely, you know, maybe they can grill the onions or stop putting fresh onions on the burgers, whatever it could be to kind of rectify their situation.
You know, Katie brings up Chipotle over the last decade. I think of Jack in the Box in the 1990s and what the E. coli outbreak.
Because you're older than me.
Probably is because I'm older, but the outbreak at Jack in the Box and what that did, Michael. I mean, that changed the course of the history of that restaurant.
Yeah, that was a much, much deeper decline. I think there were several casualties in that case. And that really changed the way quick service companies serve their hamburgers, right? I think prior to the Jack in the Box incidents, you know, burgers served medium was kind of common. Now there's no pink in any of the burgers you're getting in QSR right now, and that's because of that. So there's been, you know, advances in food safety, and, you know, I'm sure this is going to force McDonald's to kind of improve their food safety measures, and you know, in the hopes that this never happens again. But this is just part of the business, and it's constantly one of the biggest risks. You know, most of the CEOs I talk to, you know, if I ask them what keeps them up at night, it's usually food safety, right? It's something that you know, they do their best to control, but sometimes it can still, you know, things can still happen.
Mm-hmm. So McDonald's, of course, facing a test here. Shares currently down about 4.8%. I also want to talk about Starbucks, of course. Shares, they're pretty much flat right now. They had been down by more than 3% earlier. Of course, the news from yesterday pulling its forecast for Starbucks, of course, this under Brian Nichols' leadership here. And I guess the fact that they pulled the forecast wasn't too surprising, Michael. You think about the problems that are facing this chain, and I would imagine that Nichols here just wants to have a clean slate.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, nobody cares about this news. This is old news. Brian Nichols just started a month ago, and you know, any good CEO is going to do this. They're going to withdraw annual or long-term guidance to give their initiatives time to kind of take hold, right? And so, you know, they're moving aggressively. You know, they've made some significant management changes. They have a new head of China. They have a new chief brand officer. You know, Brian Nichols visiting stores and you know, seems to have a good idea about how they can improve the barista experience, how they can improve on the you know, speed of service for their customers and things of that nature. So yeah, they're moving fast, and that's really what's most important in this story right now.
What is the biggest challenge that Brian Nichols has to overcome at Starbucks to get more people through the doors and buying more coffee?
Yeah, no, I think it's that operational piece is going to be the first thing. You know, they're going to, you know, listen, happy baristas provide a good experience for the customer. Customer has a good experience, they're more likely to come back. So that's going to be a huge part of it. Price is a concern. I'd expect some work to be done on the strategic pricing front, which Chipotle was fantastic at. And then from there, it's going to be improving on the marketing. Starbucks historically has not spent a lot on marketing. They've only marketed to their loyalty members, the Starbucks Rewards members, and now Brian Nichols is going to spend a little bit more, and he's going to market to people, everyone, not just their rewards members, and that should lead to a bump in sales and traffic.
Mike Halen of Bloomberg Intelligence. Good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us from Princeton this afternoon. Katie, you don't need to be persuaded to go to Starbucks.
I know. I was like spending on marketing. They have me locked
Yeah?
in. I spend $5.79 there every single morning.
Okay.
All
So
right.
you're not part of the problem. You're part of the solution. Coming up next, we talk inner city busing with the CEO of Greyhound.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Katie Greifeld in for Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenivek. And what would you like to hear about on Bloomberg Radio? Help make shows like ours even better by talking to our Bloomberg audience survey. Visit youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcast. Click the link in our profile or community section to take the survey. It's hosted by our partners at Material. You can fill it out now at youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcasts. Well, we love talking transit here on Bloomberg Business Week. We often talk about planes, trains, automobiles. Yeah, we got...
Great movie.
Great movie.
Steve Martin, fantastic.
John Candy, can't forget about him.
Classic.
One thing we don't talk a lot about, though, is buses, especially inner-city bus, taking a bus from one city in the U.S. to another city. A lot of people in the U.S. rely on this type of transport. Last year, people in the U.S. took an estimated 50 million trips on intercity buses. This is according to widely cited data from Joseph Schweiderman over at DePaul University.
So that one can actually connect from one to another swiftly. And more importantly, they have the freedom to choose which one they want to go with, depending on their expectations and the budget, of course.
Sounds great. The problem is we live in America, and this was a place not necessarily built for mass transit.
In some occasions, you're right. But if you look at Los Angeles Union Station, this is a wonderful example of an intermodal working perfectly well for all modes of transport. If you go to New York, now if you go to Boston, South Station, we've got great examples. What we need to do more, repeat those examples and do better, actually, in other cities and states of the United States.
And we only have about 30 seconds left with you, but talk to us quickly about EVs and whether or not that's integrated into your fleet.
Sustainability is a core value of Flix. What we're doing on the EV side is we're looking at the technology, we're looking at the infrastructure. When it is a success for the customer, we'll actually deploy it. Right now, we're doing pilots and tests, working with all stakeholders, talking about what is the best technology and what is the best infrastructure to make it commercially viable. When it is ready, we'll embrace it fully.
Kai Boysen, CEO of Flix North America, operates Flix Bus and Greyhound here in the U.S. as well as Greyhound in Mexico. Thanks so much for joining us on Bloomberg Business Week. If you're sticking with us on radio, we got a lot of great executives coming up in just a few minutes. If you're sticking on TV, The Close is up next.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week, hour 2 of the program. That's not Carol Massar. She is out today. Katie Greifeld is in of Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg News. Maybe of Bloomberg Radio sometimes.
That's true, sometimes. Yeah. So we're not on TV anymore, but we are on YouTube.
We're on YouTube. We're on Bloomberg Originals.
Okay,
we're on
it's
radio.
Always helpful to get the reminder.
We're on Sirius XM. You cannot get rid of us. We're on the Bloomberg Terminal. A lot of people listen on the terminal.
That's true.
A lot of people watching on YouTube, too. NASDAQ 100.
Yeah, we are seeing a wipeout right now, really across the indexes, but it's led by big tech, which is wild. Of course, NVIDIA is down, I think, close to 3%. That's going to weigh across the market, given how big that company is. Old Dominion also reported earnings today. I did not know that was in the NASDAQ 100. Of course, it's a freight line, but...
Well, you learn something new every day.
You certainly do, Tim. Oh, should I keep going?
Yeah, I thought you were, I was just jumping in.
I thought you were cutting me off.
No, I would never do that.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of what we're seeing, not with NVIDIA necessarily, a lot of the volatility we're seeing is connected to earnings. This has been a really interesting market reaction. Of course, the beats are getting rewarded, and you're seeing that in the next day performance. But if you miss, if you don't raise your outlook, you are getting punished. Is that, should I keep going?
No, you're good. I'm just messing with you now. Now I am just messing with you. Hey, we got a great program coming up over the next couple of hours. We're going to be joined by the COO over at Asana. She's going to be joining us in just a few minutes. Also, we got Ross Gerber over at Gerber Kawasaki Wealth Management. He's going to join us right after Tesla earnings.
I am so excited.
He's the perfect voice on this.
Yeah.
Longtime Tesla bull.
Yeah.
He's become increasingly outspoken about Elon Musk in recent quarters. We'll see what the results say. We'll see what he has to say.
He still owns Teslas, right?
I mean, on Twitter, I haven't seen, like, I don't know what he owns.
Yeah.
Are you talking about that he's owning the stock?
No, I'm talking about the cars.
Yeah, that's
Like,
why I don't know. He had the Plaid.
Yeah.
He had the Plaid. He's tweeted about that. I don't know what he has now. He's also tweeted about other EVs that he likes.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that conversation.
All that and more coming up over the next couple of hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much indeed. When we get Ross Gerber on the air, can you ask him once and for all, is it Tesla or Tesla? I'm hearing it both ways. I say Tesla. Stock right now trading lower. We got Tesla down 2% ahead of earnings, 213.57. A lot of gloom on Wall Street today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, S&P down by 1.1%, down 62 points right now. Year to date, though, we've got S&P up by 21.3%. A sell-off in the world's biggest tech companies weighing heavily on stocks. Treasury yields are climbing once again amid bets that the Fed will be taking a more measured approach on rate cuts. The Dow down 423 now, down 1%. Again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all off session lows, but still a 1.8% drop in the NASDAQ Composite Index. Russell 2000 down by 1.2%. 10-year 4.23% with the 2-year 4.08%. Spot gold down 1.3%, 27.13 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, 70.79 a barrel. Again, ahead of earnings, we've got Tesla down now by 2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Well, ongoing right now in Sao Paulo, Brazil, is Bloomberg New Economy at B20. It's where business and government come together to set the agenda for economic development and transformation. We got a great guest standing by, Bloomberg TV anchor Jomana Bertecci. She's also the host of Horizons Mideast and Africa on Bloomberg Television. She's sitting right now down with the CEO over at Rabobank Brazil. Jomana.
That's right. Joining me right now is Fabiana Alves. She is the CEO of Rabobank Brazil. So plenty to talk about. Thank you for joining us on our show today. The New Economy Forum today, the title or the theme is about navigating new realities. And it feels as though so many people that we've spoken to, from policymakers to industry leaders, are concerned about geopolitical shocks, shocks that are rising from the effects of climate change, uncertainty around upcoming U.S. elections, and so forth. You, in the position that you're in right now, CEO of one of the leading banks over here, are you bracing for more volatility?
Yes, that has been, of course, on our top mind in our agenda. It's very important to discuss how we are prepared, of course, for the climate change, since we are fully related with agribusiness. How we promote the food and agriculture transition to a more sustainable, less impactful, and less harmful chain. And also on the energy transition, it's something that Rabobank global-wide has an interest in supporting that energy transition. And of course, geopolitics are always something that we consider when defining our plans and our strategy. Brazil is very important on the global commodity scene. And it concerns us that of geopolitics, it's been a while that geopolitics was not something so relevant as it is right now.
Yeah.
In terms of the global market and the global commerce.
Yeah.
So, of course.
So Brazilian President Lula has talked about wanting to see Brazil as being a leader in terms of the countries around the world pushing forward with an energy transition. To what extent do you think what your business done, and specifically agribusiness, agriculture lending, sort of plays into that? Because it from one perspective, you could think about it from the sustainability standpoint, and that also gets factored into this new world that we're adapting to.
Definitely. Brazil has more than 80% of its energy matrix clean already, right? So we are really in advantage compared to other nations. And part of the energy matrix in Brazil is pretty much related with agribusiness when it comes, for instance, to biofuels. Our ethanol program and the technology that we have adopted since a long time ago to run our cars in ethanol, it's a very great example of how successful Brazil can be in that agenda. Now, with the new biofuels coming from grains, the corn ethanol is exploding. It's an industry that's exploding in Brazil. Also, Brazil is seen as probably one of the countries that can possibly play a very important role on the SAF, sustainable fuels for the air industry. And also green hydrogen and solving also the fuels for transportation and logistics worldwide.
But that's not to say it doesn't come without some challenges. And if you look back at the last few months, Brazil right now, very high interest rates. In fact, one of the few central banks around the world that are still hiking. They hiked a month ago. You talk about fiscal pressures, but then at the same time, some of the effects of climate change, droughts that have affected agriculture as well. So what is your near-term outlook for the agricultural sector and lending, and just the near term?
The near term is that we are going to do fine. Of course, we were impacted by the drought, this last crop, definitely. Some fires affected the sugar cane industry and therefore the ethanol industry. But the near term, we are going to be just fine. Prices, commodity prices have declined a little bit compared to the last 2 years, but it's still, because of our geographic diversification, I think on average, we are going to be able to deliver the production, and it's not going to be the greatest year, but we are going to do fine in agribusiness.
One of the areas that we tend to talk about when thinking about the outlook for the global economy is some of the signals that are coming through, not just from the US, but from China. China has been experiencing somewhat of a slowdown, and that has knock-on effects for emerging economies around the world. Do you see any of those tangible effects?
Well, indeed, more than 50% of our exports go to Asia in general, right? So, and China, of course, is a very important player for Brazil in all commodities, not only the agribusiness, but also other commodities. And of course, if they slow down, we tend to have a reduction in the overall demand, and the global inventories will rise, and that can be a trigger for prices less, I would say, less bullish than we have seen lately. So,
the agriculture minister yesterday spoke on stage at our forum, and he said he wouldn't be averse to the idea of Brazil actually joining the Belt and Road Initiative. Would you see this as an opportunity?
The
Belt and Road Initiative, the China Belt and Road Initiative, closer ties to China, economic trading ties.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because China is a very important partner, commercial partner, a very important counterpart for Brazil nowadays in terms of our exports. But at the same time, we also have commercial agreements and commercial interests with other countries. So it's very complex, I think. It also has some relationship with the pressure that Europe is putting in Brazil on the sustainability affairs. It's going to be interesting to watch what's coming.
Okay, and just to round things up, how do you think external investor sentiment is right now towards countries in Latin America, and specifically Brazil?
International investors? Well, with such high interest rate, of course, that attracts investors, right? But also, I think this country has an enormous resilience and a great capacity to adapt itself on uncertain times and on transition times. So there is a lot of opportunities in the energy transition, in agribusiness still. Lots of opportunities because Brazil has to play its role on the international market, delivering the extra demand for food that the world needs. So it's a country that has plenty of opportunities, but it's still an emergent country, and of course it comes with risks.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabiana, it's been a pleasure chatting to you. Guys, I'll toss it back to you. And if you did hear a lot of sound, well, it's just because there's so many people here at our Bloomberg New Economy Forum over here in Sao Paulo.
It sounded great. I know you guys are having an amazing time now down there in Sao Paulo. Somehow Katie, we always get stuck in New York.
Oh my God.
Well, I get to travel a little bit, but you're like...
No, they don't actually let me leave the building.
You're not allowed to leave the building?
No, I live here.
How about you put in a request for, Sao Paulo next time?
They'll just say no.
Looks like a pretty great event.
They'll say, actually, could you anchor 3 hours of radio?
Yeah, that's a good point. A great chat just now, Jomana Bertecci. She is Bloomberg TV anchor, Horizons Mideast and Africa, also the host of that on Bloomberg TV. She was down there in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with Fabiana Alves, the CEO over at Rabobank Brazil. They're at the Bloomberg New Economy B20 event. It's where business and government come together to set the agenda for economic development and transformation. Taking a look at markets right now on this Wednesday afternoon. The NASDAQ is off of session lows, but still down close to 2%. I want to bring in Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg News Markets correspondent. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Quite a different tone than yesterday, which kind of lacked a real narrative, Abigail. But we'll see 3 days in a row of declines for the S&P 500 if this holds. Are we seeing a shift in tone?
We may be. It's too early to say. Right now, the S&P 500 is just on the cusp of holding a near-term uptrend. If it goes below the lows of today, then we're probably going to see some significant selling. You know, I was IBing with Steve Sosnick over at Interactive Brokers, who Katie and I spoke to on Monday briefly, and he's actually going to be joining us for Options Insight for a lengthier conversation.
Tease, a 48-hour tease.
Yeah. He was saying that he thinks that what's causing today's sell-off is a delayed reaction to yields. You have yields higher today, but over the last several days, I mean, I was just looking, the 10-year yield, it's up 60 bips in a very short period of time. The 2-year yield up about 50 bips, and that, of course, hits the higher valuation tech stocks ahead of earnings as well. The top stocks from a point drag standpoint on the S&P 500, NVIDIA down 3.5%, Apple down 2.7%, Amazon down 2.7%, Meta down 3.3%, and on and on and on. And then Tesla down 2.2%. They, of course, report tomorrow. They pre-announced, but we'll be looking for more colors. We're always looking from Tesla. But that old narrative of yields going higher, pressuring stocks, less liquidity in the system, and really hitting tech hard. We're seeing that in spades today.
And Tesla reports today.
Oh, they report today. Oh, I thought it was, yes, you're right, Wednesday.
Yes, thank God. It is Wednesday.
Get it over with.
It's not
Yes,
Tuesday.
and thank God it is Wednesday, yes.
It's interesting to hear you bring up yields, because what's been going on in the bond market is pretty amazing. I mean, you could look at what's going on in the stock market and say, okay, maybe it's earnings somehow. Obviously, earnings aren't having an impact on the long end of the Treasury curve right now.
I think you really have this expectation now that the Fed's not going to be cutting as many times as had been thought when the 10-year yield went from a high of, let's call it, 475 in May all the way down to a low in September of 359. I think now there's this expectation it's going to be, a couple of cuts and that they're going to be a little bit less aggressive. You also had, was it TD Cowen out on Monday saying that they think that the 5-year yield or the 10-year yield is going to go to 5% relatively quickly. Not that that's the end all be all, but the fact that you have analysts, strategists out there talking about a 10-year yield back at 5%, that sets the table for that possibility, and yields seem to be matching it, and stock investors seem to be taking it seriously. Now, if these companies had already reported their earnings season, it may be different, but because we have that vulnerability of not knowing exactly what they're going to report, and what's so interesting about this earnings season is that we were talking about this, I think, just yesterday or the day before, that growth for this earnings season is relatively tepid. It's 3 to 4%. But what makes that really interesting is that for the second quarter, the quarter before, it was 10 or 12%. For the quarter after, the first quarter of 2025, it's expected to be 10 or 12%, and then it's 3%, which to me suggests that management teams, analysts, strategists have really been planning around the election a little bit. Or it could be also the Fed. So it's probably a combination of both.
Well, we have a couple minutes, so let's go to both. I want to start with the election. And,
sure.
And sort of, I know you follow Polymarket closely and predicted.
Should you though?
So I actually have
Polymarket
not.
is a little bit controversial here.
I have not followed Polymarket. I've been following Predicted, but we don't know how.
Polymarket is the one that's the crypto-backed one.
Yeah, but there was a great FT piece, I believe the Wall Street Journal.
The Wall Street Journal had one last Friday. Mike Regan came on our show. The New Yorker now has one about it out now. So everybody's talking about this after we talked about it.
So the Predicted right now has the former president, Donald Trump, ahead of VP Harris, Kamala Harris, by, let's see, at 14%. He has a 59% chance of winning. She has a 45%. And this has gone back and forth over over time. It seems as though some of the shift has actually happened as she's been out there doing more interviews. It seems as though these betting odds are going down, whether or not, correlation doesn't mean causation. We don't know if that's that, but this decline in her move lower and the predicted has certainly happened. Meanwhile, it's interesting, DJT up more than, I haven't looked recently, but last time I looked, it was up 150% in a very short period of time. The Republican link stocks are also doing well. It's interesting, DJT started to take off as China started to come in. Now, China, of course, had to do with their big rally, that 30 or 40% rally in a couple weeks, had to do with the possibility or the actuality of, is that a word, actuality?
Go for it.
Sounds good.
It sounds good, right? Okay, well, we can put it in the dictionary, of policy stimulus. And then there was the narrative that it wasn't enough. On the other hand, those stocks were coming in as DJT was going higher. The possibility, the threat of tariffs would certainly be a real one for China stocks. So that's an interesting relationship. Again, correlation doesn't mean causation, and that would actually be inverse correlation. But lots of interesting relationships. Right now, the markets overall, between Predicted, between the Trump trade, and DJT, seem to be suggesting that they think Trump has a better chance of winning, but it's not over till it's over, and we still have, 13 days?
13
days, and we'll see if we even get a result
Yes.
next Tuesday,
Yes.
which a lot of people say is pretty unlikely given how close the polling is. Abigail Doolittle, markets correspondent for Bloomberg News here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Coming up next, we're going to be joined by the COO and head of business of the enterprise work management platform, Asana. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000 index, all down by roughly 1% or more. S&P right now down 1%, falling 59 points, 57.91. A sell-off in the world's largest tech companies, weighing heavily on stocks. NASDAQ down 1.8%, down 329. The NASDAQ 100 index down 1.7%. The Russell 2000 index down by 1%, while the Dow also lower by 1%, down 413 points. Bottom line, though, yes, a lot of red on the screen, but we are well off session lows. Right now, the 10-year's yielding 4.23%, the 2-year 4.07%. Spot gold down $33 the ounce to $27.15, a drop of 1.2%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, $70.78 a barrel. We are seeing Treasury yields climbing once again amid bets that the Fed will take a more measured approach to rate cuts. As for the economic backdrop, Francis Donald is chief economist at RBC.
So when folks say, you know, there are recessionary signals, they are right. When they say the economy is resilient, they are also right. I'm like a mom at a football game. Everybody wins. Everybody is correct in this environment. It depends what your target is going to be.
Francis Donald of RBC, and you can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Coming up after the close of trading, we will be hearing from Tesla, complete coverage as that number drops, and we've got Tesla shares ahead of earnings, down now by 2.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, our next guest is the COO and head of business of the publicly traded enterprise work management platform Asana. We've got 150,000 customers in 200 countries and territories. Companies include T-Mobile, Amazon, Roche, and more. Maybe AT&T. That's one of my gainers today, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on my mind. We got with us Anne Raimondi, who is head of business and COO over at Asana. She joins us from New York. And lots of news on your company this week. You got this new tool that helps people integrate AI without using code. An update to your survey about how people are working in this day and age. But first, Asana's got a footprint all over the world, and you've got a view into what's happening in terms of what people are spending money on. How is business around the world right now? What are you hearing from customers?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Around the world, what we're hearing from customers is probably themes that you're also hearing. They are focused on how both growth in this environment, how do they manage growth in a really measured, thoughtful way. Cost management is really critical. And our customers continue to be really concerned about employee engagement and productivity. And I think there's a new theme that we're seeing emerging, which is customers want to be much more intentional and thoughtful about their technology investment. In fact, a lot of our largest customers are feeling like, oh, there's some technology bloat. And so how do they make better, more intentional decisions so their employees can be more productive and can collaborate more seamlessly together?
I'm curious about the competitive landscape here because, you know, I know that you have several rivals, for example. Some of your rivals have entered into deals to sell themselves, for example. Talk to us a little bit about that landscape and how you're trying to differentiate.
Yeah, we see a lot of signs that are actually quite positive. There's a lot of demand overall for collaborative work management. I think the problem continues to persist of how do you make sure teams and functions are really well aligned. So we really see it as like the more innovation there is in the space, the better overall, because there's greater awareness and greater demand. And then for us, our focus really has been how do we help our customers bring AI directly into the most important workflows and have AI actually join a team. You know, a lot of the AI solutions right now are very individual productivity based versus making a whole team function better. And that was a lot of the focus of our announcements and our Work Innovation event this week in New York.
So talk to us a little about, I want to follow on Katie's question about competition. I mean, a good indication of competition is you Google Asana and you get sponsored results, like before you get the organic results from, you know, Monday.com, ProjectTools.io. I know there's Trello. I know there's ClickUp and the like. Jira, who do you see as your biggest competitor?
We actually see our biggest competitor as sort of status quo and companies not choosing to have a single platform or actually introduce ways for teams to collaborate. There's still much more collaboration happening in spreadsheets, in documents, in meetings. Our report that came out said that over the last 2 years, employees have actually said that there's more wasted time in meetings than ever before. So while there are many different offerings and we see a lot of them being adopted bottoms up, we do continue to see sort of the biggest competitors like not doing something to give employees a tool that they can really collaborate together cross-functionally.
How sticky is Asana? Like if somebody signs up for it, what's churn? How hard is it to keep them on there?
That's a great question. I think what we see is when used against the most important, most critical business use cases, we are very sticky. And that is why we're applying AI to those workflows and making it easy for non-coders to adopt and really create that. So that's really what we've been focusing on, and also tying it to like the highest level of a company's goals and priorities. And so we see when we work the best, it's when goals are tied to portfolios, tied to projects, and then tied into the tasks. And so teams and individuals can really see how directly their work impacts the company's most important goals. And then for executives, as things change and they're responding to the environment and they want to be more agile and they change priorities, they can see that cascade quickly through the organization. So that's when we see that we're the most sticky and we're adding the most value.
And of course, this is Bloomberg News, so we have to talk about the stock price a little bit. And I'm curious, what do you think that investors are missing about the message? Because shares recently hit a record low. I mean, year to date, your shares are down 38%. What isn't the market hearing that you would want to get across?
I think what we are focused on is both the near term and then ultimately the long-term growth. I think that some of the things that we've been focused on really are operational efficiency. I think in talking to our investors, that matters a lot. And then good, healthy growth. So I think for us, the priorities really are, we're delivering for customers. If we can deliver really well, consistently for customers, then I think we'll see that in our results.
I want to get to your State of Work report, the update that you guys have done, the Work Innovation report. But I also want to talk a little bit about the AI tools that you announced this week, the idea of no-code AI, integrating AI work into your workflows without actually writing code. Can you explain what that is and how people would be able to use quote-unquote AI in their workflows?
Absolutely. So what we see that we're building with our AI studio that we just announced is AI as a teammate joining a team. So to break that down more specifically, workflows we think of having 4 really important parts. An intake process, so think of work requests going back and forth between teams, and then really actioning that work, kind of prioritizing, making decisions on that, executing on that work, and then reporting on that work. And so when AI can join that team, it can do a number of things. In that intake process, if a company has standards for IT requests, for example, those standards, AI can actually use those standards to evaluate a request, fill in any missing information, maybe go back to the person that submitted it and ask a few more questions, and then actually even prioritize that request in a queue. One of our largest customers, Morningstar, is using that exactly for the IT requests. And then actioning the work. There's a lot of work that AI can actually do and complete. And so if it's part of a workflow and a team, it can go ahead and do the things that oftentimes employees think of as busy work. And then that reporting part at the end, hey, did you accomplish your goal or your task or your project? And then really reporting on that. AI does a really good job summarizing and reporting and also making recommendations on improvements. And so we want to design it in a way where the people closest to the business and to the workflows can actually build AI into these processes without needing technical skills. And so we worked with 20 of our largest customers to really design AI Studio and implement it into some of their most important workflows and saw really great results. And so that was the announcement this week to introduce it to a much broader customer base.
Can we talk about the productivity theater? That phrase is in your report as well. I love this. 22% say that they sometimes prioritize looking busy over actually completing work, and 65% of workers admit that they perform productivity theater at work.
Why are you laughing?
It sounds a lot like what I do. It's just
okay.
it's delightful. Just meeting for the sake of meeting, and sending around updates that maybe don't need to be sent out. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, we think the underlying trends and why workers feel that way and why that kind of continues to be an issue is, again, that at an executive or leadership level, it can be hard sometimes to figure out what exactly is going on, who's doing what, is it going to be done by when? And so that creates a lot of this productivity theater, right? Asking for status reports, asking for meetings where people are just doing readouts. And employees are exhausted by that. But a lot of that is because there isn't a good single source of truth where you can really rely on it and be asking different questions, not status updates, but actually constructive questions on, hey, do we have resources against our most important things? What happens if we shift those resources? How do we help unblock teams, where you're actually looking at the same information, the same data about the work? And so when companies don't have that or teams don't have that, a lot of that busy work and productivity theater is the result.
What about
grab the meeting to see what's happening, versus actually looking at what's happening.
What about this idea of disconnection? Because in your report, it said fewer than half of workers say they understand how their work contributes to the company's goals. 47%, nearly 2 in 5, 38% say they don't feel responsible for delivering high quality work. Is this just quiet quitting?
I think what it is not really being able to tie what they do day to day or week to week to what a company or leadership might say is the most important priorities. Too often priorities or objectives are shared out infrequently, or maybe they're on a poster somewhere in an office and then they're sort of forgotten, versus when teams are doing their work, they can directly tie that to a company's priorities and actually see how much it matters or doesn't matter to influencing that, and then make better decisions and have greater autonomy to make changes and know that that ties directly to an important company initiative. And that's oftentimes because goals or goal setting is done separately. It's not sort of a living, breathing thing that employees can see. So that's what we're seeing, that disconnect that causes that disconnect.
And got to leave it there. Ann Raimondi, head of business and COO over at Asana, joining us from New York. Katie, I want to look at shares of tech stocks today because they're taking a hit. The NASDAQ right now down 1.8%. It's off the lows of the day. The S&P 500 down a full 1%. We're seeing shares of Apple lower, Tesla lower, Meta Platforms lower as well.
On track for 3 straight days of losses. That comes after 6 straight weeks of gains. So that rally, that consecutive streak that we had been building, being broken, unless we have like a truly amazing final 2 days to finish up this week. And it could happen. Sentiment could shift. We do have Tesla approaching, and that could definitely move the needle here when it comes to sentiment.
T-minus about 30 minutes. Tesla down 14% so far this year.
Yeah, brutal.
Still $680 billion market cap.
Yeah.
Still.
There you go.
Still. Okay, we'll bring you those numbers as soon as we get them. Set to cross just after 4 o'clock, the closing bell. Coming up next, we're going to drive to the close. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, keeping an eye on McDonald's shares and just getting word from Colorado's state epidemiologists that they are expecting more E. coli cases from that McDonald's outbreak. McDonald's shares right now trading lower by 5.1%. Now, let's head over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are under pressure today, with the Dow currently down 424 points. S&P's dropped 56, while the Nasdaq is down by 1.6%. The U.S. 10-year yield now at 4.24%. Gold is lower by 33. Oil trading in the red, and Bitcoin, that's lower by 2%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only real estate and utilities were in the green. Leaders to the downside were consumer discretionary and tech. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Verizon and Walmart. And you mentioned McDonald's. It led to the downside. After earnings, Northern Trust rose 7%. AT&T climbed 5%, while Enphase Energy plunged 15% after its numbers. In the tech space, Apple fell on iPhone 16 worries. And wrapping things up, some of the names pointing after the bell tonight include Tesla, Las Vegas Sands, and ServiceNow. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill. Going to be all over those Tesla numbers as they hit the Bloomberg. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, it is that time. Tim Stanovic and Katie Greifeld in for Carol Nasser on this Wednesday afternoon. Less than 18 minutes to go to the close. And if you never want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, become a subscriber today. You'll unlock deep reporting and analysis from reporters around the world, including unlimited access to Business Week. Check out our offers right now at Bloomberg.com/subscribe now. It is time for us to drive to the close. We're joined right now by Aya Yoshioka, Portfolio Consulting Director at Wealth Enhancement. She's here from Los Angeles. We have like LA weather.
I know.
Right
I brought
now.
it with me.
What do you think? Well, we're basically having a drought here in New York. It's been kind of wild.
I hate to tell you, but I leave Thursday, and I saw that the weather actually turns on Thursday.
It's terrible news. Katie and I were talking this week about the markets today, and you have an S&P 500 this year that's up over 20%, up over 20% last year. By many measures, it's expensive. And the question that I have over and over again is, if you're getting new money right now, how are you deploying it at a market that's historically expensive?
You deploy it very carefully. Dollar cost averaging is always a great thing. But we get a lot of clients who ask all the time, markets are at all-time highs. I'm a little nervous about the upcoming election. Should I just go to cash and wait for the all clear? And I said, I don't know when the last time I ever got an all clear in the market. There's always something to worry about. And it's really difficult to time both the exit and the re-entry into markets.
Some people say impossible.
We think so. It's not easy to do.
And it's only Wednesday. It feels like we've been talking about this for a month now, but that Goldman Sachs call from David Kostin coming out and saying that their team expects only 3% annualized returns over the next decade. Pretty amazing.
That is such a departure.
I know.
From what we've seen in the near past.
Yeah.
And also that is like a fundamental change.
I know.
You got me really fired up.
I know. Well, we had David Kostin on Open Interest earlier today, and we made the point to him that hasn't happened in the past unless we're talking about it in events such as, the financial crisis or literally the Great Depression. But I am curious, when you pull out your crystal ball and you take a look over the next 10 years, what's the direction of travel? Are we talking about 3% annualized returns, or is it maybe a little bit better?
Well, my crystal ball tends to be a little cloudy at times, but I think that a lot of it is going to depend on the productivity growth that we get out of AI, right? That's been the promise that I think everybody's been talking about. And if we do get real productivity growth, similar to what we got back in the 90s, you're going to get, expansion in margins still, and I think you can get above that 3% long-term growth. And then you never know what could happen in terms of what could bring the market down in the short term, right? Just like the pandemic did, and we had a 30% discount in 1 month. And so I think there's still room for a little bit more than just 3% growth over the next decade.
What, I don't know, it's like, you think about this from the perspective of how stocks are doing right now. And I got to wonder in terms of geographies, the U.S. has just absolutely ruled over the past decade. And every year we have people come on and say, now it's time for international, now it's time for international. And the U.S. just keeps outperforming. How long does that go on for?
It's so tough to say, and it goes against what you're supposed to do with stocks.
Broadly diversified portfolio geographically, right?
Yes, and buy low, sell high, right? That's what you've been told, and it seems like the better strategy has been buy high, sell higher. And it doesn't seem to be the case with small caps and international as well. They've just struggled, and valuation is a very poor timing tool. But I think what it does is the diversification in other areas of the market allows you to have an insurance policy in case leadership changes. And I think that's where we sit right now. Have some exposure so that you have that insurance policy.
I'm curious what you make of the bond market at this juncture and, of course, the ripple effect into the stock market. We were talking about the volatility that we've seen at the long end of the Treasury curve with Abigail Doolittle a little while earlier. It's just, this has been the dynamic for several years at this point, but it is interesting and notable to me that it feels like the epicenter of volatility is the Treasury market. Of all asset classes, it's the bond market that's the most volatile.
I agree. I think, I've been doing this for almost 30 years, and it's really interesting that we're not talking about the VIX and we're talking more about the MOVE index instead. And, I think it's because we've had a decade in which interest rates really didn't move so much, and they were anchored to zero. And now that we actually have real yields and interest rates at a nominal rate that is actually tradable, I think that's why you're seeing some of that volatility, and I think it could continue a little bit.
Okay, I want to go back to the election because time and time again, day in, day out, we have people come on during Drive to the Close and say investors are waiting to see what happens. What are they waiting for?
Waiting for clarity. They want to know who's going to win, and I think
I can tell you it's going to be one of two people. I can tell you that.
Absolutely. But I think, everybody remembers the 2016 experience in which the markets were down, 4.5% in the after hours.
Because they were surprised about a Trump win.
Absolutely.
I think nobody would be surprised. I don't think anyone would be surprised about anything given the polls are 50-50. Yes, there's a big Trump trade that's happened in some areas of the market.
Yeah.
But, so then you see DJT sell off if he loses, right?
Exactly.
I don't see an impact.
I think people are also afraid that they're not going to know the winner right away, because it's so close.
But we know that. We know we're not going to get the winner.
These are all known
because we're in this new world. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's, but they're just scarred from the experience, and it's a little bit more emotional for them, and so that just allows them to kind of freeze about everything when it comes to their portfolio.
I feel like everybody's a little stronger now, Katie.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting. We talk about the Trump trade, we talk about the Harris trade, but if you look at the Venn diagram, right in the middle is the fact that the deficit is going higher no matter what happens, which you could invest.
You sound like my dad.
Yeah.
He loves to talk about this.
We text all the time just about this.
Okay.
Anyway, I guess that's not a question, but it is interesting. There are similarities.
No, absolutely. And I think that it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about bond yields, right? And I think, an expanding deficit is never really good for bond yields. And so I think bonds are reflecting that.
All right. You love talking about the deficit.
I
don't think enough. I agree with you. I don't think enough people are talking about this.
Oh my God, Matt Miller never stops talking about it.
He's right to be talking about this.
Yeah, well,
because regardless
he's probably
of who,
listening right now.
But regardless of who comes in, if their plans go according to plan, then they're going to spend more money.
Yes.
So then we'll see what happens.
We have something to rely on.
We do. Aya, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Come back next time you're in town. Aya Yoshioka, Portfolio Consulting Director at Wealth Enhancement, here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, but from Los Angeles. You were listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to drive to the close. Beyond the Bell next.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Katie Greifeld. I'm Tim Stenivek on this Wednesday, October 23rd. You know what that means, Katie, don't you?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
It means Tesla's crossing.
Just minutes away.
Just minutes away from Tesla. We expect the numbers to cross 403.
You know, it's
is what I'm going to go for.
403.
That's what I'm thinking.
Interesting.
What are you thinking?
I don't know, maybe like 407, I feel like.
407?
Yeah, we'll see.
Well,
We'll find out soon enough.
Ross Gerber is going to be joining us from LA a little
Yeah.
later to
Yeah,
give his take
Tesla
on those
earnings,
numbers.
I mean, we already have the deliveries. So we got those a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it works, right?
Yeah, I know. So it's like, all right.
So what do you want to see?
I don't know.
What are you interested in? Okay. The investors are going to be focused on automotive gross margins.
Mhm.
So understanding how much money they're
Yeah.
able to make on these cars. Also, forward-looking guidance. Elon Musk made that big bet on autonomous vehicles, unveiled the company's robo-taxi back on October 10th.
He certainly did. That one.
What happened in the day after?
Went over like
Shares
a
of
wet
Uber
balloon. Yeah.
surged.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit earlier, Tim, about how Elon Musk has his hands in all these different projects. His empire has about 6 companies in it. And remember, in July, I'm reading from our live blog now on the terminal, he asked his followers on X, which of course is one of the 6 companies that he is in charge of, if Tesla should invest $5 billion into
Wait,
XAI.
I thought Linda Yaccarino ran X.
Well, in any case.
What did he ask?
He asked whether or not Tesla should invest $5 billion into XAI, that his artificial intelligence startup, and of course it got support. So the question is whether or not the board has made a decision on that point. And we know this board loves Elon Musk.
Well,
So
in fact, somebody on the board has the last name Musk.
that helps for
yeah,
sure.
Kimball Musk,
I mean,
his brother.
if I had a board, I don't know. I don't know if I can trust my brothers to vote with me. So I don't know about that one.
That's a good point. These are people who, are favorable toward him.
Yes.
I don't
yes.
know. Which brother would you choose? You have two brothers.
Probably Bob.
2 older brothers.
I have 2 older brothers, Bob and Greg. Bob is the oldest.
Okay.
Greg is the middle older brother.
You'd pick.
I would go with Bob.
You'd go with Bob?
I could probably bully
Greg,
him.
3's a crowd, Greg. Come hang
Yeah.
out with me. All right, I'm
Greg's
sorry.
fine. Greg would probably turn down the invitation anyway. He'd be like, I'm busy.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, there you have it. That has just a little insight into the family
Well, which
dynamic.
brother would you choose?
Great question.
You have to answer
I have
it.
2 brothers. I think I would choose my older younger brother, Matt.
Your older, younger brother.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have 2 younger brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He has more of an interest in the way business works.
Mm-hmm.
So
you think that he would be an asset to the board?
absolutely.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so Tesla reporting in a couple minutes here. Like you said, it's been a really rough ride for the stock. It seems like a lot of investors sort of fell out of love with the Tesla narrative because it's been really rocky. As you and I were talking about, Tesla is a big mature company at this point. It is theoretically a car company. I know that Elon Musk might dispute that.
Well, years ago he took the name Motors out of the name, so
He
it was
did.
Tesla Motors.
Yeah.
And then this was years ago. This was like pre 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Changed it just to Tesla, right? Energy company. They had the solar roofs,
Mm-hmm.
the big batteries.
This is Tesla lore.
Yeah, Tesla lore. Now they got robots and cyber taxis, and they want to be valued like a tech company.
They
not like a car
do. They
company.
are, and
They
that
are.
I think has been to their detriment because if they were valued like an automaker, maybe the decline wouldn't be as swift and as punishing. But again, I'll make the point again. They're dealing with car company issues. This is a pure play EV maker. It's not like they can scale back their EV strategy, and we know that Tesla isn't going to be introducing a hybrid anytime soon. And you're seeing those questions and those issues being asked in the share price.
Okay, T-minus just about 5 minutes until we expect to get those earnings. Taking a step back and looking at the broader market, we're off of the worst levels of the day, but the NASDAQ composite down 1.6%, the S&P 500 down 0.9%, and the one that Katie tells me to always pay attention to, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, down close to 1 full percentage point. Apple shares taking a hit today. Are they one of your decliners?
No, actually, but McDonald's is, and that is showing up in the Dow, I believe.
Okay. Coming up next, it is the closing bell with our cross-platform coverage. This is Bloomberg.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlett Fu, taking you through the closing bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Tim Stenovic joining us in the radio booth. Carol Masser has the day off. Katie, the horse whisperer, Greifeld, filling in for her today as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. That includes our partnership with YouTube. Katie, you picked the wrong day to be here.
I am thrilled to be here, actually. I hear we have a really busy earnings schedule. We, of course, are waiting for Tesla, and it's a big down day in the market. Guys, we have so much to talk about.
It's not just Tesla, but, Tesla is certainly the focus. We got T-Mobile, Western Union, Whirlpool, Lam Research, Viking Therapeutics, IBM, Las Vegas Sands, and more, Scarlett.
Yeah, it really feels like the election is getting closer, too, with so many people trying to put on Trump trades or talking about it in a way that they weren't just 2 or 3 weeks ago.
It's kind of interesting, too. Yesterday, we were talking about this idea of those back-to-back declines that we saw in the S&P. First time that happened in 6 weeks here. But, of course, now we're setting up for a trifecta of declines. And depending on how things shake out over the next, 45 seconds here, it's possible the S&P could drop 1%. Again, something that it hasn't done in about 5 weeks or so.
So what would that mean if that does happen?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, we've had this sort of relentless rally over the last 6 weeks, right?
Yeah.
We're up more than 20% on the S&P 500 for the year.
And you get back 1%.
Get back 1%.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a blip. I guess the concern is, does this turn into something more?
Yeah.
Is this just people kind of moving to the sidelines in anticipation of the election and not wanting to be exposed? Who knows?
Or it's a shift in momentum, and those are things that you only realize after the fact.
Absolutely. Here, as we get the closing bells here in New York, and again, I just want to reiterate this here. This is not panic on the street. You had a healthy number of stocks that did move higher on the day. We'll get to those in a second. But the aggregate effect of what we saw today was red across the screen. The S&P is going to avoid that 1% drop. Remember, it hasn't had a 1% move up or down since at least September 19th. It's going to finish the day down today by about 0.9%. It's 0.92%. Tim Stenovic, I know you're precise. In that case, we round down to 0.9. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.96%. We'll just round that up. That's a 1% drop. The NASDAQ Composite down 1.6%, and the Russell 2000 going to close out the day down 0.8%.
Okay, rounding with Romaine, I want to look at the S&P 500. You had 182 stocks move higher today. 316 stocks, Scarlett, moved lower.
Yeah, not a lot of need to round off the numbers here when you look at the sector performances. The worst decliners all down by at least 1.4%. The best performers, REITs and utilities, so rate-sensitive sectors, each up by 1%.
All right, let's look at some of the companies that ended up moving higher today. I do want to start with Spirit Airlines, ticker SAVE. They jumped, reaching their highest intraday level going back to August. The Wall Street Journal reported that Frontier Group Holdings is exploring a renewed bid for Spirit Air. Wall Street was positive on the news, saying that a combined Frontier and Spirit would create a stronger low-cost airline, potentially challenging larger rivals. Look at that, shares higher by 45% today. And AT&T, ticker T, they moved higher after the company gained more mobile subscribers in the third quarter than analysts expected. Shares rose 4.7%. The company added 403,000 net new monthly wireless phone subscribers. Analysts were looking for 394,600. That's according to data compiled by Bloomberg. And finally, Texas Instruments shares rose after the chipmaker reported third quarter results that beat expectations, up 4% today. They did give that disappointing forecast, but the third quarter results overshadowed those. The CEO said there's not much left in inventory correction. That's about time for a rebound, though. One hasn't been seen yet, Katie.
All right, let's get to some of the decliners today. Plenty to choose from. I wanted to start with NVIDIA, of course, having a down day.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Since Tim was going all in on AT&T, why not talk about T-Mobile a little bit here?
Because they're doing earnings
They actually just came out with their earnings, just crossing the wire. Their third quarter numbers on an adjusted basis, $8.24 billion in terms of EBITDA. That's a beat on the street. Postpaid phone ARPU, $49.79, a metric that a lot of folks pay attention to. That's also a beat on the street. Total revenue, $20.16, and the bottom line, $2.61 a share. Those are all your 3Q numbers, and they all beat. The guidance for the full year, the company's saying that it anticipates that its full year core adjusted EBITDA, a lot of qualifiers here, but they're looking at $31.6 to $31.8 billion, which is just right around, Katie, what the street was looking for.
And you can see the shares now firmly moving higher. It took a second for traders to decide what they wanted to do, of course, with that guidance raise. Currently higher by about 3.6%. The bar was already high for this company. T-Mobile shares shares up almost 40% year to date through today's close, now moving higher, Scar.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially with Verizon reporting revenue that missed estimates because people were not necessarily upgrading their phones. That you have T-Mobile, which is the smaller rival, giving a forecast that really encourages a lot of excitement about where it stands.
Yeah, T-Mobile CEO Mike Seibert saying that delivered another quarter of industry-leading results, our best third quarter postpaid phone net adds in a decade, record low third quarter churn. It translated to outsized financial results and empowered to raise 2024 guidance yet again, Romaine.
Tesla earnings now crossing the wire. Third quarter adjusted EPS, 72 cents a share. The street was looking for 60, a big beat on the bottom line. On the top line, $25.18 billion in revenue in the most recent quarter, relatively in line with estimates. The street on average was looking for 25.43. Gross margins at 19.8%, well above street estimates of 16.8%. And cash flow in the most recent quarter also coming in, guys, well above the street estimates, $2.74 billion. The street was looking for 1.6.
Yeah, so big beat there, especially when it comes to adjusted EPS. I'll just read that again. 72 cents. The estimate had been for 60 cents in the third quarter. Tesla also expects slight growth in vehicle deliveries in 2024. And you can see that reflected in the shares right now, moving higher. It's been a really, really rough ride for Tesla this year, but shares currently higher about 5%.
And the number that everyone's paying attention to is gross margin. Gross margin 19.8% for the quarter. Analysts were looking for something just under 17%, 16.8%. We'll need to back out what it looks like when you look into just the automotive gross margin x the regulatory credit. What analysts are looking for is something in the neighborhood of 14.9%. Tesla also expects slight growth in vehicle deliveries in 2024. This is after third quarter deliveries was seen returning to growth. So this is encouraging, certainly, for those who are looking for Tesla to recover.
I'm trying to make it through the third quarter update deck here. It says that the company, despite sustained macroeconomic headwinds and others pulling back on EV investments, Tesla remains focused on expanding its vehicle and energy production lineup, reducing costs, and making critical investments in AI projects and production capacity. They say, we believe these efforts will allow us to capitalize on the ongoing transition in the transportation and energy sectors.
All right, I'm going to jump in here and just take us away from Tesla for a moment and look at Lam Research in the semiconductor space. First quarter revenue was $4.17 billion, higher than what analysts were looking for. Adjusted EPS of 86 cents, also topping the average analyst estimates by a nickel. The stock right now moving up in after-hours trading as we await any kind of outlook.
Mattel also crossing the wire right now. Their bottom line, a big beat on third quarter adjusted EPS, $1.14. The street was looking for 94 cents. Top line sales, $1.84 billion, just a touch below what the street was looking for here. Gross margins also coming in above estimates. And here's your guidance going forward. The company says it sees full year adjusted EPS in a range of $1.35 to $1.45. The street on average looking for $1.44 here. And the company now saying that it is looking to try to find a way to cut costs here to boost profit going forward.
All right, I also want to bring us Las Vegas Sands. Just a flurry of earnings, and you take a look at adjusted EPS coming in light in the third quarter, coming in at 44 cents. The estimate had been for 53 cents when it comes to net revenue as well for Las Vegas Sands in the third quarter, coming in at $2.68 billion. That is light versus estimates of about $2.79 billion. You add it together, shares currently off about 3%. Las Vegas Sands missing on several estimates there.
All right, I'm looking at Whirlpool shares unchanged in the after hours right now. The company still sees fiscal year free cash flow about $500 million. That's just shy of estimates of $513.3 million. Sees fiscal year revenue of about $16.9 billion. That comes in above estimates of $16.7 billion. Third quarter net sales coming in just shy of estimates at $3.99 billion. And then third quarter ongoing earnings per share coming in above estimates at $3.43. Once again, shares unchanged in the after hours.
All right, and a quick mention here of Viking Therapeutics as well. Third quarter revenue was $0 compared with $0 the same time last year. That does match analyst estimates. We need to look into that a little bit further, but this is a company that also lost money. Loss per share was 22 cents. Analysts were looking for a loss of 25 cents, so it was narrower than anticipated. The cash and cash equivalents, important if you're not making any revenue, $50 million in the quarter, up 35% from a year earlier.
All right, let's take a quick look at Western Union. Shares not doing a whole lot here, but the numbers are out in line on the revenue side at right around $1.1 billion. EPS relatively in line at about 46 cents a share on an adjusted basis, and the company saying that it's standing by the full year forecast that it had previously given on operating margins and adjusted EPS. Katie.
All right, let's also look at Raymond James. Just an embarrassment of riches here. Fourth quarter adjusted EPS, it beat estimates actually. Adjusted EPS for the fourth quarter coming at $2.95. That's a big beat versus the estimate of about $2.43. Net revenue for the quarter at $3.46 billion, also ahead of estimates of $3.31 billion. You can see shares not really moving too much. Of course, traders chewing on that, deciding what to do, but fourth quarter adjusted EPS does beat estimates.
All right, we got shares of IBM down 3.3%. The company's third quarter revenue came in below estimates at $14.97 billion. Estimates were for just over $15 billion. Third quarter operating EPS came in above estimates at $2.30. Third quarter free cash flow coming in just shy of estimates at $2.06 billion. All right, guys, lots of earnings. We're looking at what's going on with Tesla. Shares are surging in the after hours. Taking a look right now, higher after the company said it expects slight growth in vehicle deliveries in 2024. Shares up after third quarter adjusted EPS also beat estimates. We're going to continue our coverage on radio, on TV, on YouTube. Same place, same time tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek. That is Katie Greifeld in for Carol Masser. Shares of Tesla surging 7.4%. Our own Dana Hull noting that Tesla is giving some quasi-bullish guidance. The company delivered 1.8 million cars in 2023. Average selling prices fell in the quarter. There was some FX impact. There was a slight top-line miss, as Ed Ludlow points out on the live blog. The company's third quarter automotive gross margin, excluding credits, came in way above estimates at 17.1%. Estimates were for 14.9%. We got with us the perfect guest when it comes to what's going on with Tesla. Ross Gerber is joining us. He's president and CEO of Gerber Kawasaki Wealth and Investment Management. He joins us from Santa Monica, California. Ross, we got a lot to talk about with you. We got a good bit of time. First, your reaction to earnings. Investors are certainly happy to see this.
Yeah, I am too. It seems as if, and granted, they didn't really release a lot of data yet. That'll come soon, I hope. Where they were able to increase margins on the vehicles and therefore beat on earnings. So I'm not sure where that's coming from, but they seem to suggest that their cost of goods sold is dropping quite rapidly, and that's added margin to their vehicles, which is good news for Tesla. So it's very possible that because like battery demand is down so much and lithium prices are down so much, that this is finally starting to get into the supply chain for Tesla. But once again, I haven't seen all the numbers and been able to really parse where the margin gain has come from.
And it's interesting, too, when it comes to the outlook, Tesla continues to state that plans for new vehicles, including more affordable models, remain on track for the start of production in the first half of 2025. More affordable models, Ross, obviously that has been a major focal point for this company.
Yeah, I mean, there's a more affordable Model Y on sale used, the 3-year-old, for an incredibly good price, under about 25,000 or so. So really Tesla runs into the problem of cannibalizing its other cars, and that I think is what's causing them to pause. Now, what I've been saying is if they would have put a steering wheel on that RoboCab, it would have been a much more exciting launch for me and I think for customers, knowing that this 2-seater cheaper car could be something we could actually just buy and drive. The robotaxi business is not a business that I'm excited about. It's not really what I think Tesla should be doing. There already are robotaxis that exist called Waymo, and Uber is already the master of transportation. So to me, Tesla should be selling EVs, focusing on making great EVs with great software, and not trying to pivot into being some sort of robo-taxi company. But, you know, once again, I think people want to buy the cars, and if they're worried about selling the cars, they'll do just fine.
Ross, I have a question for you that I've wanted to ask you for a few days now,
It
so
was
I'm
a
glad you're here.
pregnant pause, so I'm excited.
Well, I'm interested to hear what Ross has to say about this.
Okay.
Elon Musk in politics. He's donated, he's one of the largest donors to the Trump candidacy, to the Trump campaign. He's got his America Political Action Committee, his super PAC. He's become incredibly active. I'm wondering from the perspective of business, if in a time when we're so divided as a nation, if taking such a clear stance and doing so much to elect one candidate is a risk to the company.
Yes, of course. You know,
why are you laughing?
Strategic. Well, because I think it's an absurd risk to put your company in that you could avoid, right? So, you know, I personally tried to stay out of this election. I don't get any positive from my clients expressing my liberal opinions, which are liberal. And, you know, I think people who work at my firm know that. But, you know, as a business person, it doesn't really serve my purposes to espouse my liberal beliefs on everybody. And that said, Elon's extremely right-wing beliefs turn off a lot of his core demo. Now, a lot of people don't believe that's happening, but I mean, look at what the effort they have to do to sell a car today. And they still refuse to advertise. So taking this stance for Elon is kind of a lose-lose for Tesla, because if Trump wins, he doesn't give a crap about EVs. He supports oil, and Elon's going to learn about Trump, which is that he's a liar. And so all this money Elon's putting into Trump to hopefully have some power, he's going to learn the hard way about Trump. Just ask Giuliani. So that's a lose. And if Trump loses, it's a disaster for Elon, just personally, and for his personal brand, and for everything that he's been working on. And it really puts Tesla in a tough position, because the administration isn't going to do anything to help them. That's for sure. So I don't get it, other than I guess he thinks America's in this horrible place, but the stock market's hitting all-time highs every day, and I think America's in a wonderful place. But it's all a matter of perception, you know? And so I think this is the most political I've ever seen a CEO, and that's one of the reasons we've lowered our position in Tesla. Is we do think it affects sales and affects the brand and ultimately margins, and we're excited about margins going up instead of going down for a quarter, which is great news, you know. But this is coming from the fact that the car market is so difficult that the cost of goods has gone down, not because Tesla is making more margin because people are willing to pay more for a Tesla.
I want to talk a little bit more about Elon Musk. Matt Levine calls it the attention auction, that, you know, there's just a lot of things competing for Elon Musk's attention. And, you know, he's been involved with multiple companies for many years, of course. But now politics feels like a new wrinkle there, of course. And he is heavily involved when it comes to the Trump campaign. This has been discussed before, but I am curious to hear your opinion on whether or not the fact that Elon is so spread thin across these different efforts, how you're thinking about that when you're taking a look at your Tesla position.
Well, this is probably one of the biggest issues, is he doesn't actually work at Tesla. You know, like, you go to work at your company every day like you're the CEO. I don't think that's what he does. And I don't think that Elon gets more hours in a day than you or I do. So he might sleep 4 hours a day instead of 8. Well, you know where that's going to cost him is at the end of his life, because it's super unhealthy to live this way. You know, there's this sort of opinion that, you know, like, he has some superhuman ability. He doesn't. So he's spending his time working for Trump right now and doing politics, and he's not spending his time getting his full self-driving to work, which it still doesn't. And so this is really the issue for me as an investor, is shouldn't the CEO of your company be there every day, or at least pretend? You know, and then the second thing is, and I was just talking to a guy about this who's been following Tesla for a long time, and we were having a nice discussion about Tesla. And I said, the biggest difference between Tesla now and the Tesla of 2019, 2020 that made us all really wealthy was that Elon worked at Tesla every day. It was the fundamental thing he focused on, 100% of his energies and efforts. And that's why Tesla became successful, because they were about to fail. Okay, so this lack of attention to what needs to be done, especially around full self-driving, is is really troubling to me because I see the competitors all over the place. I'm here in the heart of EVs and robo taxis. Waymo just drove by me just a second ago. You know, like they're everywhere. They're working in extremely difficult driving conditions that my Cybertruck can't even come close to tackling. So I just am like, get back to work, focus on the job, or maybe it's time to just get a real CEO like when Shotwell, you know, she doesn't get enough credit, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ross,
I mean, I think she deserves a medal.
Ross, we gotta go. We gotta let you get back to work. We do appreciate you joining us. It's always a treat when you are on our air, especially post Tesla earnings. Ross Gerber, President and CEO over at Gerber Kawasaki Wealth and Investment Management. I want to go now to Ed Ludlow, who's standing by in San Francisco, because he has had his eye on the live blog. He's had his eye on the numbers. Ed, shares surging in the after hours now. A good report for Tesla. What sticks out to you?
Yeah, I think we still need to do the math on like all of it. So where would you like me to start? I mean,
let's do where are those gross margins? Where did that beat come from?
Yeah, actually, I think at the end of the day, remember that Tesla is a public company and it prepares a very thorough earnings deck for investors. In that deck, there is a section about revenue and profit, the headwinds and tailwinds for the top and bottom line. And what they're telling us about the bottom line is that while there were lower average selling prices for their consumer cars, the cost of producing them is also coming down, both from sort of the technology they use to manufacture and the process, but also raw materials. The thing that really jumps out at me is they're now listing the sale of full self-driving software as a direct contributor to profit, which I find really interesting because of two recent catalysts. FSD is available to Cybertruck owners very recently, and they also have this actual smart summon, I won't give you the acronym, feature that is also contributing to the bottom line. And I think that Ross was talking about that, right? He was trying to understand where this margin boost was coming from if you strip out the impact of regulatory credits.
Okay, yeah, so that's what we're trying to figure out, and certainly there's going to be a lot of number crunching that happens, and I imagine a lot of questions from analysts too. I did want to get your thoughts on my line of questioning to Ross about political risk here, because I cannot name a CEO. In fact, you have CEOs right now coming out and avoiding talking about the election, whereas Elon Musk is going all in on this. In a different time, maybe that would make sense, but incredibly polarized country right now. Are analysts talking, apart from Ross, talking about the risk here?
Yeah, I think that, you know, whether they are sell-side analysts or retail investors and institutional investors, that there is a likely chance that Musk is asked a question about this on the call within the next hour. There's no mention of the election or either candidate. Sorry, my mobile phone's ringing. Who knows who that is?
Could be Elon.
Either candidate, could be, doubt it. Either candidate in the deck. I think what's interesting and the important point to note here is that throughout the period of the Biden administration and the impact directly to consumers of the benefit of the Inflation Reduction Act, there has not been a lot of sort of vocal support of the Biden administration for Musk. That's gone very quiet. The Harris camp has not talked much about Musk.
Yeah.
Whether Musk proactively talks about them in the context of an earnings call, I would say on balance he probably will, but we'll have to find out.
I mean, given Elon's comments over the last few months about Kamala Harris, I don't imagine if she wins that they're going to have a very friendly relationship. Ed, before we let you go, there's still a lot of, we're still waiting on the call. There's still a lot to get to when it comes to understanding more about these numbers. But is Tesla on its way out of the woods yet?
Well, it's really interesting. So the stock's down year to date, but look at prior years of performance on the stock. They're telling us that they're going to grow modestly on the EV side. And if you do the math, as our BNF colleague Corey Cantor has done, they're going to have a record-breaking fourth quarter to achieve that growth or beat the 1.8 million units they did last year. No one ever really talks about the energy storage print. That seems to be doing really well. Record energy storage and energy generation. And I go back to my earlier comment. They're listing it as a contributing factor to profit in a positive way in the earnings deck. Maybe we'll hear a bit more about that. But at the end of the day, the frustration Ross gave you is shared by many types of investors, which is you keep steering us to a future where you are not doing the thing you currently do, which is selling cars to consumers. In the future, you're going to be an AI and robotics company with a proprietary ride-hailing app. There's not a lot of mention of that in the deck, and I think on the call that will be at least where the questions are asked, whether or not Musk wants to go there of his own volition.
Ed Ludlow, he is the co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV each and every day. Also check him out on Twitter, Instagram, and the like. Tesla shares right now, higher by 7.6%, so certainly surging in the after hours. A lot of stuff happening in the after hours, and fortunately, we got Charlie Pellet standing by to keep an eye on everything happening when it comes to business news and the trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Indeed, Tesla, obviously the big story after hours, and the surge in the stock, as you mentioned, up now by 7.6%. Yes, Tesla surpassed Wall Street estimates for earnings in the third quarter, reflecting a rebound in demand for the company's electric vehicles. Tesla reported adjusted EPS of 72 cents a share. That was above the average analyst estimate. Tesla also said it expects to achieve slight growth in vehicle deliveries for the full year. Ross Gerber is the CEO of Gerber Kawasaki Wealth Management, and moments ago, right here on Bloomberg Business Week, he told us he's wondering about margins.
Where they were able to increase margins on the vehicle and therefore beat on earnings. So I'm not sure where that's coming from, but they seem to suggest that their cost of goods sold is dropping quite rapidly, and that's added margin to their vehicles, which is good news for Tesla.
Indeed, good news for the stock after hours for the Tesla bulls, up now by roughly 8.5%. Ross Gerber, by the way, CEO of Gerber Kawasaki Wealth Management. Tesla shares on the year, they're down 14%. A down day today for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. S&P today down 0.9%, finishing at 57.97. The Dow dropped 1%, down 409 points. NASDAQ down 296, down 1.6%. Briefly, 10-year 4.24%, the 2-year 4.08%, spot gold down 1.2%, West Texas Intermediate crude down by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, our next guest has a great view on the consumer, albeit a very specific consumer in a very specific geography. He runs a bank that does it all: commercial, consumer, auto, mortgage lending, financial planning, and more. It serves customers in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. We got with us Jose Rafael Fernandez, CEO of OFG Bancorp. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great, Tim. Great to be here.
It's good to have you with us. Listen, we'll talk about the bank, the results, publicly traded, but you have such a good understanding of what the consumer is doing in the areas that you serve. What do you see when you look out?
So when we look at Puerto Rico and when we look at the Puerto Rico market, we've had several decades of really tough time in the island economically with the hurricanes and earthquakes, etc. So there was a bit of a difficult time. But most recently, consumers have gotten back, lots of investments gone into reconstruction in Puerto Rico, so Puerto Rico's economy has improved. And now when we look at the consumer and when we look at our clients, we really look at how do we serve our customers better by bringing to them digital solutions and differentiating ourselves from our market. And we are a challenger bank in the island.
Explain what that means.
It means really bringing in digital solutions to move away from the branches, all the interactions that you can do anywhere, anytime on your own, so that we can liberate the branches for really value add and to give advice and good service.
We've spoken to a couple CEOs in recent months of banks that are similar in sort of geographic footprint to you, but by embracing digital, it's allowed them to go nationwide. Would you do that?
So we do have a little bit of exposure in the U.S., but it's more on the commercial side, not on the consumer side, and it's really limited. We would consider it going forward, but it's a real big challenge here in the market in the States to compete with the big guys.
Is that who you see yourself competing with? Do you compete with the big guys in Puerto Rico? Do they have a presence there?
They don't, but there's a big guy in Puerto Rico, and he has 60% market share, and that's why we're the challenger bank too. We got to do things differently, and we got to present ourselves to the customers and to the market in a different way. So the way we define it, or at least the way we call it internally, is digital first. We bring in the digital technology before anyone in the market, so we are like first at market, change the behavior, and then by doing that, we bring in a differentiation, and that differentiation certainly contrasts with our bigger competitor in the island.
So how is the Puerto Rican consumer right now?
The Puerto Rican consumer is pretty solid. It's got good liquidity. They have highest levels of savings in a while.
Really?
Yeah, Puerto Rico's economy right now is doing pretty well.
In the context of the wider U.S., we've heard about savings being diminished post-pandemic.
Yep.
That sort of pillow being gone a little bit. Happened in Puerto Rico too?
Yeah, so you get the excess savings kind of fading away a little bit. But in Puerto Rico, two things have happened. One is lower unemployment. We used to have 13% unemployment. It's around 5.8 right now. We used to have wages around, let's say, income per capita around $20,000 per person, which is lower than Mississippi, which is the poorest state in the union. We're right now closer to the 30,000. And the reason for that is because wages have gone up. So when we look at the consumer and when you look at our clients, they do have higher levels of liquidity, and they are using it on the consumer side as well as on the saving side, and to some degree on the investing side. So we're really in a really good spot right now in Puerto Rico.
How does that profile differ from the profile of the customer in the U.S. Virgin Islands? And what's your presence there?
In the U.S. Virgin Islands, we have 3 branches. They are pretty much in St. Thomas and St. Croix. We have some virtual tellers and kiosks also in addition to the branches. It's a smaller presence. It's a smaller market. Puerto Rico is a market, our economy is around $100 billion. The Virgin Islands is significantly lower. So it's a different kind of market in terms of the demographics, but it's still
heavily touristic.
Very tourist. In Puerto Rico, to be honest, tourism is not necessarily the primary driver of the economy. It's manufacturing, actually.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I remember my last visit there a few years ago, driving from the airport to where we were going, passing a lot of pharmaceutical company facilities.
Yep, that was driven by some tax incentives that were given back in the 90s, 80s and 90s, and they were taken away. And that's actually one of the drivers of why we had a really difficult economic time from 2006 to 2017 or 18.
Okay, so what about moving forward in Puerto Rico? What are you seeing as the economic drivers, and how are you watching what happens in the U.S. election? I mean, it's I don't need to tell you this, but you don't have candidates visiting Puerto Rico. I would imagine.
No, we don't. We don't vote. So we don't vote in the presidential election. So it really we don't have any saying there.
Share that perspective though about how that is being part of the U.S. in a sense, but not having a voice in the election.
Puerto Rico is unique. It's been unique for 60 years in the sense of our political definition. We are called the Commonwealth here in the States. In Spanish, it's Estado Libre Asociado. You want to translate that? It's free and associated state. Talk about an oxymoron, right? But because you can't be free, state, and associated, so it's a little bit complex. So we don't vote for the president. We don't pay federal taxes. We do pay state taxes. We do receive some of the benefits in terms of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, because we pay those taxes as part of works salary deductions, and really Puerto Rico goes to war. We have common currency, we have common defense, we have common citizenship. We're American citizens. So what's really driven Puerto Rico in the last 60 years has been an industrialization of the island, and it was done really because of our excellent, or I guess our geographic location within the Cold War. Once the Cold War kind of ended, those benefits and those tax incentives started to be unwound.
How are you viewing the presidential election, given that you're in a unique position in Puerto Rico, but you're still an executive who runs a company where customers and employees might have and probably do have differing views?
Yep. So we really don't get into politics because it's really each individual, we encourage them to go out and vote locally as they have the right to do so. In terms of the national U.S. politics, well, it's really complicated what's going on here in the States. From my perspective, in a personal way, I think there's so much polarization that it's inhibiting the United States to achieve their ultimate potential. And I think it's really sad. I mean, we need to have a little bit more consensus. We need to have more common purpose here to drive the benefits of what this great nation provides. And in the last several, let's say last 10 years or so, the polls have been driving the discussion, and the center is too silent. So that's kind of an outsider's view. I'm never involved in politics, but I think the United States is the best economy in the world, is performing the best ever by many measures. And I just think that economics drives well-being, and capitalism is the way to go globally, and the United States is the poster child of that. So, but in terms of politics, I don't want to go into specifics.
That's fine. I'm not going to push you there. We do have a couple minutes left, and I wanted to get an idea from you about where you see growth in terms of your bank. I mentioned you do it all: commercial, consumer, auto, mortgage lending, financial planning. The list goes on. Where's the biggest area of growth for you?
For us, it's on the consumer side and the commercial, middle and small commercial clients. There's a good growth of small and mid-sized commercial clients in Puerto Rico, and we're deploying the technology, we're deploying the bankers to attract. I think the key to a stable kind of growth economy in the future is a strong middle and small businesses size. And I think us as a bank, our purpose is just to provide progress to those business people and businesses in general to grow. So that's kind of one area where we are really focusing on. And the other area certainly is on the retail side. We see the residential mortgage as well as the auto lending growing for us.
Your view on rates, I'd be remiss if we didn't ask about this.
I think the Fed is pivoting towards a lower rate environment. It's going to be higher than we've been experiencing in the last couple of decades, because inflation is going to stay relatively higher than normal. But I think the next 150 basis points going down.
Jose, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you, Tim. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, come visit us again next time you're in New York City. Jose Rafael Fernandez is CEO of OFG Bank Corp. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Taking a look at shares of Tesla in the after hours, up by 8% as we speak. Third quarter profit margins topped estimates. The company still sees 2025 production of cheaper models. The Cybertruck has reached profitability for the first time, and the car maker sees, quote, slight growth in deliveries this year. We'll have more Tesla coming up in just a few minutes. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Tesla shares surging after hours. Tesla surpassed Wall Street estimates for earnings in the third quarter, and it projected a slight increase in deliveries for the current year, reflecting a rebound in demand for its electric vehicles. After hours, we do have Tesla shares gaining, Tesla up by roughly 8%. IBM shares down 4% after the company reported underwhelming revenue in the third quarter, hurt by a slowdown in consulting demand. T-Mobile shares higher after hours, up 3.6%. It reported more monthly mobile phone and broadband subscribers than analysts had expected. A big sell-off in tech weighed heavily on stocks today. Treasury yields climbed. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all finishing in the red. S&P down 53, down 0.9%. The Dow down 410 points today, down 0.9%. NASDAQ down 296, down 1.6%. 10-year yield 4.24%. The 2-year 4.07%. Gold today tumbled 1.2%, $27.16 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 1%, $71.02 a barrel. As for the market backdrop, Aya Yoshikawa is Portfolio Consulting Director at Wealth Management. She was a guest on Bloomberg Business Week.
You know, we get a lot of clients who ask all the time, you know, markets are at all-time highs. I'm a little nervous about the upcoming election. Should I just go to cash and wait for the all clear? And I said, you know, I don't know when the last time I ever got an all clear in the market. There's always something to worry about. And it's really difficult to time both the exit and the re-entry into markets.
And again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 53, down 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Those Tesla numbers worth repeating. Shares up close to 9% in the after hours. Third quarter profit margins top estimates. The company still sees 2025 production of a cheaper model. Cybertruck has reached profitability for the first time, and the car maker sees slight growth in deliveries this year. Certainly a lot of attention on Tesla, but it's not the only player in town when it comes to EVs. You got GM, you got Ford, Kia's doing it, not to mention the Chinese automakers. And then there's Rivian. They make the pickups, SUVs, kind of pricey, those Amazon delivery vans that you may have seen around in certain parts of the country. Yet not all is well at Rivian's production facility. It's today's big take, and one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. Rivian received initial citations for 16 serious violations in the past 21 months from OSHA. Toyota, Honda, Volvo, Nissan, GM, Ford, each received no more than 10. Volkswagen, BMW, and Subaru saw none. We got with us Kyle Porter, North America Industrials and Transport reporter for Bloomberg News. He joins us from Chicago. Kyle, along with Josh Idelson, the authors of today's Big Take. You can read the story and more from Bloomberg, The Big Take, on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/The Big Take. Kyle, what is going on at Rivian?
They have some serious issues with safety, to put it mildly, Tim.
Okay, a cracked skull, a foot fracture, a back laceration so severe it required surgery, even an amputated finger. These things shouldn't be happening in production facilities in 2024. Am I correct in thinking that?
No, you're absolutely right. They shouldn't be. And that came from a self-reported list that Rivian provided to the Department of Labor. The citations are things that the Department of Labor had to go in and find after complaints.
So you and Josh did some digging. You interviewed current and past employees at Rivian. You looked at government documents. What's the picture that it painted?
A company that has struggled to put in place procedures, methods, and frankly, the technology in some cases to deal with the expansion that it's trying to undergo.
Is this the move fast and break things ethos of Silicon Valley? I know it's not a Silicon Valley-based company. It's a production facility.
It's exactly that, Tim.
Is that what it is?
Not a Silicon Valley company. You can't apply, the principles that when you're coding to people's lives. These things, it's a serious, heavy, clanky industry. It takes time. And Rivian is building something that is very bespoke. There's very little off the shelf. They build their own batteries. All that requires infrastructure around it that they're inventing in some cases. And they're inventing things that, can be dangerous.
You're joining us from Chicago, not far from Normal, Illinois, just southwest of Chicago. What's the town, the city like, where the company has its facility?
It's about 50,000 people. Like Birmingham and Normal are pretty much connected now. It's more of a conurbation. And the actual factory itself was the site of Mitsubishi plant, where they tried to create an electric vehicle before discontinuing. So the reason Rivian's there is because they bought the plant for a song 6 or 7 years ago. About $16 million.
Okay, I mentioned a bunch of competitors to Rivian to sort of contextualize where the serious violations sit in terms of other companies. What about Tesla? How are they doing in terms of initial serious citations?
Tesla had far fewer serious citations, but Tesla, along with Stellantis, did have repeat violations. That, as it says on the tin, is an instance where the agency has found an issue, it has been agreed to be corrected, and then they've gone back and found that it hasn't been, and those incur more serious penalties.
I do want to note and read from your story, Rivian says that its record compares favorably with other manufacturers. Quote, "The health and safety of everyone at Rivian is our top priority, and we're proud of our strong safety record, which continues to improve year over year," the company told Bloomberg News in a statement. Did that statement gel with what you and Josh found in your reporting?
Frankly, no, it didn't. OSHA is an underpowered federal agency, to put it mildly. There is so much that goes on at any factory around the country that if OSHA were to investigate every single factory in America, I think it would take over 100 years for them to get around to finding you. So they're dependent on people putting their hands up, and in a lot of cases they don't. And when they do, the first instance is OSHA usually just to ask the company what the problem is. If the company sends a letter back to OSHA's satisfaction, nothing gets investigated further. So for you to get to a citation point, there has to be a serious issue.
Josh, you and Kyle you and Josh, spoke to some employees, former employees of Rivian. What did they share about their experience working in the facility?
Well, it's interesting. A lot of people who work at that plant, they don't do it in isolation. The company's become one of the biggest employers very rapidly in the city, and it's become pretty much a company town. It's a family affair. Most people we spoke to had relatives or spouses who worked at the plant. Those who've been there, more long-standing employees talked about how when they first got started, you saw senior management. It all felt very friendly. There was this, we're all in it together culture, and that's rapidly gone away as the company's focused on ramping up its production. And people, still work there because it's better than average wages than you're going to get, anywhere else in town. But they don't feel safe.
You mentioned that OSHA's an underfunded agency. What repercussions does a company like Rivian potentially face when it has a safety record like this?
It's twofold. There are financial penalties, but they're very, very low. I think for a serious offense, it can be in the tens of thousands of dollars. And once you've negotiated it down in settlements, it can be either expunged or just cut further. The real risk is reputational. In cases where things get escalated and you have repeats, depending on the state that you work in, you may, as a company, no longer be able to get state contracts.
How are the problems happening? Okay, so you write about that. State contracts are important, not just for a company like Rivian that makes these vans that could be used by the state, but also when it comes to incentives and what the state has provided in terms of budgets and in terms of incentives, right?
Correct. I mean, Illinois has backed Rivian heavily. Now, that is dependent on Rivian meeting an awful lot of targets and investing their own capital, I should say. So, both sides would describe it as a partnership, but there's a lot of state money going in Illinois and potentially going in Georgia.
Kyle, 30 seconds left. How do the problems inside the company manifest in terms of vehicles?
Well, the issues run deep, and as you can see that we noted in the story, the company did find itself having to cut its production target for this year because it wasn't able to dual source suppliers. It's not just a safety issue. These growing pains are being felt all across the company.
Kyle Porter, along with Josh Idelson, the authors of today's Big Take. Check out their story on the Bloomberg terminal and also at bloomberg.com/Big Take. Kyle joining us from Chicago. Up next, more Tesla.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. What would you like to hear about on Bloomberg Radio? Help make sure shows like ours are even better by taking our Bloomberg audience survey. All you got to do is visit youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcasts. When you're there, click the link in our profile or community section to take the survey. It's hosted by our partners over at Material. Fill it out now at youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcasts. Shares of Tesla continue to move higher in the after hours, up 8.5%. Third quarter profit margins topped estimates. The company still sees 2025 production of a cheaper model. The Cybertruck has reached profitability for the first time. The car maker sees, quote, slight growth in deliveries this year. We got with us David Welch, Detroit Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News. He joins us from our Detroit Bureau. He focuses on all things automotive. David, good to have you join us. You've had about 45 minutes to digest these numbers. There's some pretty good numbers in here if you're long Tesla. What did the car company do well in the last quarter?
Look, sales were pretty good, and I think one thing investors are reacting to is this idea that they're going to be up slightly this year, because there was a lot of fear around Tesla, especially given last year's sales, that the boom was off the rose on EVs, the growth was gone, and with all these other competitors, Rivian, General Motors, Ford, the European companies coming in the U.S. and in China, taking market share for them, and of course the Chinese companies taking market share for them, that where was the growth going to come from? And Elon was talking about robots and robo-taxis and this sort of thing. But it looks like the electric vehicle business, there's life in the EV, and they're going to see growth this year. They're saying they're going to see growth next year. So that's all good for them. They actually missed on revenue, despite the fact that they had one of their biggest quarters for selling regulatory credits to other companies who sell more gas guzzlers than EVs. But you know, one of the things that jumped out at me was their cost of goods sold was down. It was one of I think their lowest quarter ever. This tells you also that Tesla is starting to do the basic blocking and tackling of running a car company, which can be pretty boring, stuff like cutting costs and running your assembly lines efficiently and that kind of thing. But they're starting to do that. So you got a company that has, let's say, a positive outlook on sales and pretty strong profits, stronger than expected. But also, you know, that should be sustainable if they're really starting to lean up the business. And then you add on top of that, Elon Musk saying that they will have a more affordable Tesla in the first half of next year. Let's see if he actually hits that deadline.
I was going to say,
he's not very good at doing that. But
David, I was going to say, we'll see what happens when it comes to that timeline, right?
Absolutely. Look, he misses deadlines, but his investors don't seem to mind that so much. But look, this is one that not only would it be late, but it's something that we've seen reported, you know, wasn't going to be done at all. He was only going to make a robotaxi, and then he said maybe they would, and he's just never been definitive about it. Now he is, and investors are taking him on his word with that. And look, that's what you need to get the electric vehicle business going. These vehicles are still, on average, 8,000 to 10,000 more than an internal combustion vehicle, and consumers who buy them tend to be pretty wealthy. They've got several cars in the garage. They can afford a charger in the garage, and you're not going to green the planet and get a business really growing by doing that. So you got to get cheaper vehicles. You know, GM's got the Chevy Equinox out now, and that's where they're getting most of their growth in EVs. And if you sell people a cheap EV, if you get them a great lease deal, they'll buy them, and that's what's happening in the market. And Tesla's going to try to ride that if they can get this car out next year.
We've reported a lot over the last couple of years on how the EV market has slowed down quite a bit. Are we starting to see signs of life in the EV market in general?
Yeah, we are. First off, there's just more variety in the market right now. The Korean automakers, Hyundai and Kia, they've got multiple EVs out there of different sizes. And, you know, that's one thing we had for the longest time. We had 4 Teslas, which are basically, let's face it, if you look at the Model 3, Model Y, Model S, and X, they're sort of like different sizes of the same 2 configurations of vehicle. Not a lot of variety. And the Cybertruck itself, it's kind of an oddity, and it's very expensive.
Kind of an oddity is a good way to describe it. I think it's an understatement, but go ahead.
I'm trying to be polite. Maybe I don't need to be, but it's also really expensive, right? This is just not a vehicle that's going to have mass appeal, even if it was pretty cheap. So, you know, GM's EVs, you had Hummers, you have Cadillacs out there for the most part. Until recently, they've been expensive. Ford's F-150 Lightning, and that sells for $80,000 or more. So these aren't vehicles for every driver on the road. But now you're seeing life in the market because prices are coming down, both as a function of discounting and rebates and government incentives, but also because companies are coming out with vehicles that are actually more accessible. Hyundai and Kia do that, Chevrolet is doing that, and if Tesla comes out with this cheaper model, they will be as well. And it gives people some more choice, and it's a price point that more people can afford.
David, we got 30 seconds left for this answer, but it's one that I've been asking pretty much everyone who follows a Tesla. But can you imagine the CEO of Ford or GM standing on stage with a presidential candidate and donating $75 million to a political action committee?
Not even for a moment. They never stick their necks out there for one party or the other because they're going to have to live with their opponent if they bet wrong after November 5th. So you'll never see Mary Barra doing something like that, and you wouldn't really see any auto CEO sticking their neck out for a political candidate or another the way Elon has.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. I wonder, the call gets underway in a half hour. I wonder if we're going to hear questions about that and concerns from analysts about whether or not it could start to affect sales. This is a very divided country, so we'll see. We'll certainly see what happens. David Welch, Detroit Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News. Thank you for joining us on Tesla. Really do appreciate it. He joins us from our bureau in Detroit. Shares of Tesla up 8.8% in the after hours. David mentioned the Cybertruck. It's reached profitability for the first time. Third quarter profit and margins topped estimates. That is going to do it for Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec for Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Balance of Power starts now.